the idea of validators. In DAC systems, distributed autonomous communities, there's a need that's unmet to validate worker proposals and projects.
Okay.
Currently
the
in KROWN DAC,
good?
we have a worker proposal system where individuals or companies can propose a project, and the custodians or board of KROWN DAC would approve these projects and release funds. Up to now, we've had very exciting proposals, but they've been smaller in nature. We face a challenge as some of these proposals are getting bigger of how to validate the individuals, the companies, and their ability to actually come through on their worker proposal. So I propose that maybe a validator DAC can solve this problem. So what's a validator? In its simplest, it's an individual. This individual would be separate and impartial to the project. They would have to be validated themselves. They'd have to tell us who they are and to build reputation themselves, not only validating the projects that are building reputation. What's a huge need? Not only in our DAC, but maybe in the whole bigger system, EOS, and in other DAC systems. We see worker proposals that are going to have this need. So I'd like to explore that. I'd like to hear your comments, see what that would look like as a DAC, how we go through some of the challenges of verifying and validating these people, and what the other roles of that DAC would be. As a validating company, you're looking at being an escrow to hold those funds before they're released to a project. So yeah, I think this is something that's very needed in the industry, and I'd like to hear your thoughts. Thank you.
Yeah, it looks like it's working.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it's just on OBS. There's no audio on my side, so I just
And so aloha Yves, again,
assume
thanks for being here. Nice having you.
Aloha, guy. Yeah, thanks for having me. Thank you very much for the DACathon
so that's
and
great.
everything that is to come for everything.
Rather than kind of putting it up here, if we
yeah, first question is, why should we use a DAC versus a traditional organization?
EOS Nation, for example, is a DAC internally. A lot of people don't know that, but the way that we were set up, we're a DAC internally with the founders, and the reason why we do it is for trust. And a lot of the DACs that we've seen being set up is just that initial trust. You're able to I guess split up permissions, especially using EOSIO as a backend. We thought that it was the perfect software to be able to use the permissions within to be able to split the trust and really
it's live streaming, but I think what we could do is
community. And so if you're building applications or you're building anything
when we start the meeting and
will
just
require some type of interaction with users, the DApps, in my opinion, just start off with a higher level of trust than a traditional organization.
How are DACs going to impact our lives or change the world?
I think that the DACs are already impacting your lives and changing the world. I think that the world, as it is going right now, is becoming more and more global. We're removing more and more borders, and we're working people just like you and I right now in completely two different locations.
The main purpose
and DACs,
today
again,
is
going back to that trust, they really kind of enable teams from all around the world, or people from all around the world, to work towards a common goal with common guidelines and common, I guess, set rules ingrained within the system that they're in. So as I said, I think they're already changing the world, and I think it's just the beginning. They will change and they will impact the world as we know it even further.
What are the biggest obstacles you've had or do you see?
The biggest obstacle, I think, in building a DAC is that centralized systems are quite efficient at the onset. It's very easy for a centralized system to make decisions and to move along, especially in a period of time when you begin, when you start.
Okay, if that's the case, then you gotta
you're going through multiple iterations, and having that centralization makes things much easier. So I think one of the biggest obstacles with a DAC or you're building systems through DACs is that it is challenging in the beginning, and you seem to see the pace of things a little bit slower. But as we have more DACs being popped up and people getting used to the concept of DACs more and more, I think that barrier to getting set up in a quick and efficient manner will go down over time.
Yeah, I think I have so many things going on that might.
Yeah, it'll just be easier. You're gonna have more tools. You're gonna have access to more tools. People just have more experience.
And just to
they'll be
cross-reference
used to
just
running within a
the
DAC, and
latest
so they'll have lessons learned. Just the
10
way that they
EOS
interact with the DAC
that
or with the
was
other DAC, let's say custodians, will be
deposited last night at about
different than
3
how they
a.m.
would typically
from
interact with an
accounts.
organization, which is probably what they already
And,
they know now, and they don't know
Arthur.
anything else. And
Just
so
to-
it'll
just to
be
make
not
sure
just the
whose
system
account
itself,
that
but
is.
the participants on how they interact with the system will start changing as it becomes more and more
And
normal.
It was posted in Telegram. I'll go
That's
back
a
and
great
look.
answer.
No one
Actually,
else.
fantastic answer. Thank
Yeah,
you for that.
I can look too.
What are some specific actions or tools are needed to improve building DACs currently? Obviously, we're just at the very beginning, so there's plenty of things.
Yeah.
Name a few that you think are the kind of key important things for the DACathoners to just kind of, pay attention to when they're working today.
Well, I mean, some of the specific tools, I guess, would be, I've got a lot of love for EOS DAC. So the DAC factory that they've built and that they're continuing to build, that as a specific tool to improve the building of DACs, I think is key right now. As you said, Kai, we're really, really early on, so we don't have many tools, we don't have many actions, and we're really building the basic blocks, we're really building the foundation of DACs using blockchain technology, right? So I think that some of the specific actions that are not tool-wise, so DAC Factory would kind of be the tool that would get you going. I think that if it's possible, the challenges, again, going back to the other question, and what would be needed to improve the building of DACs is how do you integrate that human layer? Because a lot of the interaction through DACs, I guess typically one of the premises is that people are in different locations or they're not together. So how do you keep that human interaction that you would typically have in a centralized organization when you and I can go have a coffee, can go have lunch, we can get a lot of things done in person,
So yeah,
or
let's,
even connect at a different level when we're in person. How do you integrate that within globalized, I guess, DAC systems? I think that's something that somebody should work on, and maybe it's either processes. There's a lot of YouTubers out there and a lot of podcasters that are talking about this, and I heard some really, really good ones that are talking about specific things that you can do to ensure that you kind of keep that human element. And one of them is, if typically in a centralized organization, you're the type of person that likes to go do water cooler talk, or you like to go have a coffee with somebody, do the same thing, but set it up as a Zoom call. And literally, you and I would just get on a Zoom call with our coffee, and we talk about the same thing.
All right, we can get the meeting started just probably in a minute here, and all right, yeah, we'll just get started here. So, welcome everybody. I hope you guys had a lot of good rest, and I think we went through I think an incredible process. I was so impressed by how people were so committed throughout the whole 12 plus hours or 10 plus hours, and it was great. I think we're so close to finishing up what we started. Maybe it's yesterday for some people, it's fantastic to see. So we're really close. So the main objective we decided was to get the custodians elected. We went through the process of putting all the information in the DAC factory, and so everything's set up for everyone to vote. A lot of people here set up a Jungle Testnet account, and that's required to vote. There's a handful of people we still have remaining to do that, but I think most of the 30, maybe 26 or so out of the 30 have a Jungle Testnet. So you can also, I think we have most of the candidates registered, so you can actually register to be a candidate to be a custodian, and so yeah, you have to go through the same process, but I think most of them have already registered. but if you haven't, and voting's already ongoing, so if you haven't, you should kind of do it quickly. But yeah, that's the main thing, getting the votes done. And then I assume what we can do is just watch some videos for about an hour, come back and discuss any of the concepts, and then really just announce the custodians, and that will be the brunt of the meeting. And after that, I think we could just informally discuss some project ideas before we kind of just end the meeting. What do you guys think? Is there any other ideas that you guys are thinking about for today? I think, that'd be a great accomplishment if we just elect custodians. I think that'd be a great kind of objective to have for today.
Are the custodians then going to get together and then come back and let us know the project parameters?
Yeah, I imagine that since we're near the end of the official schedule of the DACathon, that they could maybe come back. I assume that they're going to convene. We're not sure, but let's say within a day to at least give some rules and discuss prizes and give us a timeline. So let's say it's a week. So let's say by next week we can submit the proposals. And Michael did mention that we can use the DAC factory to submit the worker proposals. So we can reutilize that. We can communicate that to everyone who wants to participate. And maybe there's going to be a deadline to submit the worker proposal, and perhaps that's when, let's say a week from now, they're going to judge who wins the prizes or whose worker proposals are accepted. So, Kai wanted to also mention that we were going to discuss judging criteria, also the extension. We could do that. I mean, there was a conversation about whether we were going to discuss that or leave it up to the custodians. So, I mean, if we that can be also a discussion that we can have. So, I think what we'll do is go ahead and get started with the. What I'm going to do is download. Kai has done one video here. I think it just downloaded, and I'm going to upload it to the software I have here, and just add it to the playlist. So, worker proposals. Okay. So maybe that. Let's do that. And then what I'm going to do is also add the yesterday's videos. Okay, I'm gonna just leave it at that. Okay. So all right, guys. So I guess the first part of the agenda. Does anyone have any questions? We're gonna play the video. I'm gonna give a YouTube link here. I can try to play the YouTube link here as well. So, but I think it's gonna be hard for me to play the video on my software. But I'm gonna go ahead and try it. But so let me see here. So on the stream, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start streaming. So are you guys, so the first way to watch the content is through YouTube and the live stream. So I'm going to set that up in just 1 minute. So is everyone, so that's maybe the main way we could watch it. Then I'm going to see if I could just pull up the YouTube link on my screen and then just also show it here. So let's try that. So I'm gonna this might oh, actually I could keep the audio.
Projects, and there's actually people building some worker proposals here.
Okay.
By Unity Stack.
So the live stream link, can someone put it on the, that's the old live stream link? Where's, okay, so this is kind of interesting too. Game theory, voting, approval voting. Hey, actually before I talk about that, hey Max, are you, you know the live stream link, do you have that? Cause
yeah, it's in there. It is.
Okay, that one. Okay. So let me just see if it's live streaming for me here. Okay. Okay, so this is kind of interesting too. So is there like a delay? Probably. Okay, that's okay. I'm just sorry about that. Okay, yeah. So game theory of approval voting. This is kind of interesting, right? And Michael and and anybody who's familiar with the block production on EOS and the vote swapping and things. So let's say we have 3 votes each, right? So let me get Laura in here. And if we have 7 custodians, if we all had 1 vote, we would just vote for you know, the one candidate we liked, and that's it. Or, you know, based on each token that we have. But just assume like what we're doing, we have just 1 vote. And if you have 1 vote, it would just essentially maybe just vote for yourself. I don't know if you could restrict just voting for yourself. If you couldn't, you could just vote for one other person. But you know, generally people would just vote for themselves, right? So then the idea is, okay, well, you have 2 extra votes, right? So the game theory of it is that you want the most votes, right? So what's the best way to get that? Like, you could vote for anybody you want, right? You could say, okay, I like this. I think he's or he or she is going to do the best job, and then you have 2 extra votes to give, right? But then the other thing is, hey, I can use the 2 extra votes to get myself more votes. So the optimal solution is to take your 2 votes and find someone else and say, hey, vote for me and I'll vote for you, right? And then now you have 2 votes for yourself. Then you go and the 3rd vote, you do the same thing. And that's more strategically, that's more strategic in game theory for you to get the most votes. You know, people expect, oh, you know, everyone's like, you know, trying to vote for the right person. But in, you know, game theory is that no, it's just whatever makes sense, right? You want to optimize for, you know, your own. And so that's what happens, I think. Like, what people are realizing on EOS is that you have 30 votes. You have 1 you can vote for yourself. There's 29 that now you have to spread out to everyone. But rather than just, you know, voting for who you think is the best, you're going to now have 29 extra votes to say, all right, how am I going to get those 29 votes if I have that amount of power? You know, I'm going to swap it. And that's what's happening right now. And when you swap it, it essentially means that it's like almost like at an optimal level, it's like 1 token, 1 vote. Because if you have 29 extra votes, you go ahead and give it to someone else, and they, you know, you vote exchange. And now you have essentially your voting power goes all to yourself. And then whoever is vote swapping with you, if they're optimal, they do the same thing, and all the votes go to them. So it converges to a 1 token, 1 vote system eventually, if things are optimized. If they're not, people aren't playing the game theory correctly. They're losing out on the opportunity to improve their situation. So what we see today on EOS is really just a natural game theoretic, shelling point, I think. So anyway, so that's just fascinating, and like I could feel it too. Like I haven't voted, I haven't even looked at. So I have 3 votes. If I wanted to play game theory, what is it? You just vote swap with someone, right? 3 votes, and that's it. So that's. Does anyone have any comments on that? Am I think of it this correctly? I think there's been discussion on it that Saida from Blocks was also mentioning the same idea, and I was like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. So, and does anyone have any comments on that? I know this is a little bit of a side note, but it's kind of interesting. So Galva says, okay, that's a very good explanation. So cool. So yeah, no, it's fascinating.
Seems like it happens at the last minute. Like if people see if they're going to make it or not, and then if they're not going to make it, they can take their own vote and put it where they think it should be. Yeah.
It adjusts your thinking too based on what's there. So what happens if you're on the threshold of being voted in? Let's say for EOS, you're in the threshold of being paid or not. Those are the most incentivized to optimize their game theory. They have to say, hey, if I just get a handful of more votes and I do the swapping, now I'm in the pay. It's like either all or nothing, right? So at that point, those on the margins are, those are the ones that are most thinking about this, I think, in general. So, so it's cool, yeah. So that's why I was thinking, yeah, it's like, it's the expectation. That's why I like, in general, I like the 1 token, 1 vote, because it's optimized for everyone off the bat. So people like it just gets to the natural, equilibrium, from the beginning, and there's no, and then in the block producer game, it's like it's just inefficient if you have to do all of that, like, and then you have all these extra, like, so people to do this too, like you spin up more block producers that you're affiliated with, essentially, to gather more of those votes as well. So it's like if it can't just go to 1, then you kind of you create extra ones so that you can maximize your voting influence. So, and that's what seems to be happening, and I don't think it's a bad thing. I mean, it's just natural. But when you design things, you want to think about these things and just and if you don't need it, then it's probably better to just not have that. So Michael says, the difference here is that being a custodian is an obligation. If it pays too much and it's easy to get into, then it could be abused the same way. Okay, yeah. So it's true. This is more organizational. It's not like, you get paid. So there's less maybe incentive to do these kinds of things. So yeah, it's true. It's like, but it's like, it's still a position of influence, right? So I'm sure people, like to game this, anyways. So, and you're right. And there's more of a reputation at stake to do that in this, so that it's a different context. So in game theory, if there's a reputation involved, likely that actually is a big deterrent to do these things. So in single games, like, people will likely do what's optimal. But if you have to build a reputation and people see that, then you're less likely to do those kinds of things, if especially if it's public. So yeah, so there's the end game, like, so if it's 1 game, you're going to have some certain outcome. If it's like 10 games and you have to build a reputation, then it's less likely that these kind of tricks and game theory, like selfish kind of activities occur. So reputation's a big also factor in designing a good system, because that'll essentially deter that kind of activity. So anyways, sorry about that, guys. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play. So if you guys can look at the YouTube link, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna switch it over to the video. We can all watch the video together on YouTube. Yeah, so I think the best way, if you're on Zoom, is just to go to that YouTube link that Lisa posted here. Maybe we just kind of post it again here just to make sure it's at the bottom. And I'm going to play the content and we have 4 videos starting from Dwayne talking about, oh, actually, did I switch it? I think it might be Yves first, and then Dwayne, and then Reiki, who's part of the Seeds project, and then Fred Krueger, who's part of Links Chain. All great topics. So the first 2 are going to be on worker proposals. The next one's going to be, I think Reiki. Yeah, Reiki with governance. And very fascinating kind of concepts they're exploring. They're working on the Telos platform, but a lot of the I think technical kind of applications on the Telos side, I think Seeds is also working on. So it's kind of interesting for sure. The last thing is Fred Krueger. He's talking about, and Kai, maybe you can explain what Fred's going to talk about in the last video. Maybe tools, or tools for DACs. I think that's what Fred's going to talk about. So I'm going to go ahead and get that started. So is everyone ready to watch the YouTube link? I may try to put it on Zoom as an experiment, but please just go on your chat window and watch this kind of separately. And I'm going to just do that right now. And hit that like button, and please subscribe, or smash that like button, as they say on YouTube.
In this segment, we have Yves LaRose, and we will be talking about, and he will be talking about worker proposal systems. And so, aloha, Yves. Again, thanks for being here. Nice having you.
Aloha, Kai. Yeah, thanks for having me. Thank you very much for the DACathon and everything that is to come for everybody here.
Fantastico. First question is, why should we use a DAC versus a traditional organization?
EOS Nation, for example, is a DAC internally. A lot of people don't know that, but the way that we were set up, we're a DAC internally with the founders. And the reason why we do it is for trust. And a lot of the DACs that we've seen being set up is just that initial trust. You're able to, split up permissions, especially using EOSIO as a backend. We thought that it was the perfect software to be able to use the permissions within to be able to split the trust and really highlight that trust to the community. And so if you're building applications, or you're building anything that will require some type of interaction with users, the DApps, in my opinion, just start off with a higher level of trust than a traditional organization.
How are DACs going to impact our lives or change the world?
I think that the DACs are already impacting your lives and changing the world. I think that the world, as it is going right now, is becoming more and more global. We're removing more and more borders, and we're working people just like you and I right now are in completely 2 different locations. And DACs, again, going back to that trust, they really kind of enable teams from all around the world, or people from all around the world, to work towards a common goal with common guidelines and common, set rules ingrained within the system that they're in. So as I said, I think they're already changing the world, and I think it's just the beginning. They will change, and they will impact the world as we know it even further.
What are the biggest obstacles you've had, or do you see in building DACs?
The biggest obstacle, I think, in building a DAC is that centralized systems are quite efficient at the onset. It's very easy for a centralized system to make decisions and to move along, especially in a period of time when you begin, when you start something. You're going through multiple iterations, and having that centralization is makes things much easier. So I think one of the biggest obstacles with a DAC or building systems through DACs is that it is challenging in the beginning, and you seem to see the pace of things a little bit slower. But as we have more DACs being popped up and people getting used to the concept of DACs more and more, I think that barrier to getting set up in a quick and efficient manner will go down over time.
Meaning more and more solutions will be proposed.
Yeah, it'll just be easier. You're going to have more tools. You're going to have access to more tools. People just have more experience. They'll be used to running within a DAC and so they'll have lessons learned. Just the way that they interact with the DAC or with the other DAC, let's say custodians, will be different than how they would typically interact with an organization, which is probably what they already they know now, and they don't know anything else. And so it'll be not just the system itself, but the participants on how they interact with the system will start changing as it becomes more and more normal.
Wow, that's a great answer. Actually, fantastic answer. Thank you for that. What are some specific actions or tools are needed to improve building DACs currently? Obviously, we're just at the very beginning, so there's plenty of Name a few that you think are the kind of key important things for the DACathoners to just kind of, keep paying attention to when they are today.
Well, I mean, some of the specific tools, I guess, would be, I've got a lot of love for EOS DAC. So the DAC factory that they've built and that they're continuing to build, that as a specific tool to improve the building of DACs, I think is key right now. As you said, Kai, we're really, really early on, so we don't have many tools, we don't have many actions, and we're really building the basic blocks, we're really building the foundation of DACs using blockchain technology, right? So I think that some of the specific actions that are not tool-wise, so DAC Factory would kind of be the tool that would get you going. I think that if it's possible, the challenges, again, going back to the other question and what would be needed to improve the building of DACs is how do you integrate that human layer? Because a lot of the interaction through DACs, I guess typically one of the premises is that people are in different locations or they're not together. So how do you keep that human interaction that you would typically have in a centralized organization when you and I can go have a coffee, and go have lunch, we can get a lot of things done in person or even connect at a different level when we're in person. How do you integrate that within globalized, I guess, DAC systems? I think that's something that somebody should work on, and maybe it's either processes. There's a lot of YouTubers out there and a lot of podcasters that are talking about this, and I heard some really, really good ones that are talking about specific things that you can do to ensure that you kind of keep that human element. And one of them is, if typically in a centralized organization, you're the type of person that likes to go do water cooler talk, or you like to go have a coffee with somebody, do the same thing, but set it up as a Zoom call. And literally, you and I would just get on a Zoom call with our coffee, and we talk about the same thing that we normally talk about when we go to Starbucks or whatever it is. And those little actions really will strengthen that kind of community feeling within the DAC custodians or within your community if you're interacting outside of the custodians as well. Because it can be quite impersonal when you're always on telephone calls or always on Zoom calls and you're never in person. There is something that's magical when you meet people. So another thing as well is, if it's possible, to meet once every 6 months or once every year, if possible, to meet the people and actually go somewhere, have a retreat. We do that through EOS Nation. The last year for our 1 year anniversary, we flew everybody in the same location, and we just hung out at the cottage together for a couple of days. And the level of interaction that we were able to have was at a deeper level. It was at a different level than what we usually have, even though we talk to each other on Zoom every day and Telegram, social media. But being in person is very, very different. And then just doing some silly activities as well together, it just brings out that human component, which then, once everybody goes back to their respective locations, then it really, I think, improves the quality and the efficiency of the work that then gets output afterwards.
That's fantastic.
And I think that's like something that people really forget about, because they think they'll focus on the tools, but behind the tools are humans, and those humans have a need for interaction, for social interaction.
Wow. Yeah, well said. That's really something I'm also thinking about a lot, and along with governance and such. So thank you. That's well said. So something to think about, guys. Thinking of ways how humans can interact, and bringing that human layer. All right. So moving forward to worker proposal systems. What are the key benefits of worker proposal systems compared to traditional organizations?
The main key benefit that I foresee, and I guess from my perspective, a lot of it is within the EOSIO realm. But even if I take it if I abstract it, the big difference in the main key benefit from a worker proposal style system versus traditional org would be it's a bottom-up approach versus a top-down approach. And so when you've got a top-down approach, you're going to have the leaders within the organization, which are going to tell people what to do, and people then focus on that vision, that mission statement, whatever it is, and align within that vision. Whereas with one of the benefits of a worker proposal system is that you technically have the workers come to you or to management or whoever the decision makers are. In this case, it's the token holders or the VPs or whatever. They come to you and they say, this is what we believe is important. And they have that power to be able to, in our case with the worker proposal system, put it on chain with actual funding attached, with milestones, deadlines, et cetera, and so I think that that's the main key benefit, is you're able to complete the cycle. Not only do you have the top down, you're now integrating the bottom up.
What are the biggest disadvantages of worker proposal systems compared to traditional organizations?
Biggest disadvantage of a worker proposal system is the inherent risk factor. And I think we're going to touch on that a little bit later. But the idea that in order to have a successful worker proposal system, you need to be comfortable with a certain level of risk, which is no different than a traditional organization where you have kind of the top-down approach. However, the top-down approach is, I guess how you can say that, you have somebody that you can point to that should technically be the leader of the organization or leaders of the organization that are comfortable with making that decision. And they're the ones that are accountable for that decision. Whereas when you've got a bottom-up approach, who's responsible for that? Is it the people that approved it, or is it the people that suggested it? And what we need to be careful with the WPS system is that even if something doesn't work, it's not necessarily the fault of the people, or there should be blame that's placed necessarily on the people that propose the idea. There are a lot of variables that are at play that maybe that particular team or whoever couldn't control at the time of input of the proposal. And so one of the big disadvantage, again, is that inherent risk, and then the I think easy to blame atmosphere that can result when funds are let's say lost, or value wasn't created as much as originally intended.
Right, because if I may elaborate on this one real quickly, so usually, you have HR and they go through a hiring process, and they're, looking at resumes and hiring the best guy for the best job from that top-down approach. With this one, it's anybody could come in, and there isn't really any vetting of who's really the expert. But we're going to listen to, because we want to build an equitable system and begin experimenting with these, let's listen to everybody, and let's really listen to the people and build a company or corporation or cooperative. What are your thoughts on that when we're not knowing, people's level of expertise to a certain degree?
You've just got to be comfortable with it. I think so. In Rio, we talked about this a lot. So we had the unconference days in Rio where we really delved into the worker proposal and kind of what we thought the VPs that were present, and the DAP builders that were present, developers, all the stakeholders that were present. We really delved into, if we were to have such a system, kind of what is the base minimum requirement. At the end of the day, there will be a certain level of waste, there will be a certain level of risk. We need to be comfortable with that, as long as if the end output goal of the system as a whole is more value is created than value is lost, then you've done something good. And what's difficult with that is, how do you judge that? What kind of metric do you use? And a lot of it is really subjective. And so how do you abstract the subjective and really focus on the tangible metrics as much as possible, but still somehow give weight to that subjectivity? And so as long as at the end you believe, and that the majority of the participants in the system believe, that more value is created than value was lost, even if value is lost, and that's a premise, is that value will be lost, then it's okay, and it's a successful system. And that's really difficult. Like, you need to be okay that value will be lost somehow, and that a certain level of value loss is acceptable. And that's difficult for whole ecosystems to I guess, accept. Well, and the idea right now is we're stagnant in a way, because if you're not comfortable with a certain level of risk or loss, then you just don't do anything. So the alternative is, well, there's no innovation, there's no improvement, there's nothing, because you're afraid of potentially making a mistake. And that results in stagnation, no innovation. So in order to innovate, you need to be comfortable with risk. And that, and now we're talking about a WPS system, which is network-wide. But if you go within your own company or even your own life, if you want to grow as a person, you need to take a risk. So why wouldn't? So how do you translate that to an organizational level or to a network level? It's tricky, but you need to be able to be comfortable with that if you want to continue innovating.
That's why we're here at the DACathon. That's why we're all out there.
Exactly.
And that results in stagnation, no innovation. And that's really in order to innovate, you need to be comfortable with risk. And now we're talking about that stress level, which is network-wide. If you go within your own company or even your own. Let's go ahead and move on to the next question. What are the key design elements to think about when creating a successful WPS system?
So I guess the key design elements to creating I'm careful by saying a successful WPS system, because we have WPS systems, and then the success right now is subjective based on who you are. If you've applied for WPS funds and you weren't approved, well, perhaps the system for you is not successful, but it doesn't mean that the system isn't successful. And just because the system has I guess released some funds, it doesn't also mean that value was created. So it's kind of tricky, but I'll go with the does it take, as far as I can tell, to create a successful system. So that's my point
sorry,
of view,
guys.
which
were you
will
guys
differ, I
watching
think, person to person.
the Zoom
The key design elements for me, based on the experience that we've had, are one of them is you need to be comfortable with the risk prior
YouTube version's better. Okay.
You need to be able to allocate funds prior to seeing the end work result.
Okay, cool.
And that's a huge risk that you're taking, essentially, but you need to be able to quantify that risk.
Yeah, I was just wondering if it made sense to replay it on Zoom, because I have it running,
for a successful WPS system, in my opinion, based on our experience, funds need to come at the onset and not at the end. And the big reason for that is that we're in a volatile
like in the
system.
beginning? I know for some reason there was extra, like it was okay
typically
when
in a WPS system or an operational mode,
and then
typically need those funds in order to actually implement what they're trying to implement. So the funds at the onset are going to be used to build whatever it is they're building, and then they keep a portion as profit, which is completely fine. When you have the funds at the end, depending on the length of the project, because we're in our case in crypto, because it is the way that we use anyways to move around value. By the time you actually get the funds, in some instances, the value of those funds has changed considerably, and then now you need to incorporate you as an operational, I guess, team, that risk into your costs. But you have no idea the volatility that can happen in this space can be major. It could be a plus minus 80% in a couple of months. We really don't know, and so you're either putting in way too much buffer, or you're accepting an absurd level of risk, and then you in some instances what we've seen is you're not able to deliver the product because the funds are simply dried out, or what you thought you were going to make is no longer what you're going to make. So the first big, I think, key element is funds at the onset. Another big design element that we decided upon with the system that we're building is to have a base minimal administrative fee for the submission of a proposal. And the reason for that is because we also build the referendum system, where we're one of the key teams in the referendum system. And when you don't have somewhat of a barrier, then you end up having an absurd amount of non-realistic proposals that are put up, and it really is taxing. It's actually a weight on the system. The people that need to review and approve these proposals only have so much time to give. And so when you put in our opinion, when you put a somewhat of a barrier of entry, you're able to really get the teams that are really serious about it, because they need to actually put in some collateral, and they're putting some funds, or they've got some skin in the game, and depending on what that amount is, it might be a lot of skin in the game for them, depending on how much they're looking for. And so they really need to be serious about this. And what it does as well for the other side, or the people that are reviewing this, they know that whoever is putting something in really believes that what they're putting in is worthwhile. And so you're going to pay attention even more. Plus, the amount of proposal that you're going to look at is going to be lower typically if the threshold, or if the amount that is requested in terms of administrative fee or barrier of entry is high enough. So those, I think, are the two big design features that we played around with it over the last year that we've incorporated in what we're building in now in a particular way. It is, so in our case with the WPS that we're building, it's going to be 100 EOS, and 100 EOS is no spare change. I mean, it's $350 right now, 300 I'm Canadian, so $350 Canadian, $300 US, give or take, $290. And so it's, you know, if you were thinking of asking $2,000 or $3,000, then you need to think, am I willing to put up 10% collateral at the beginning to maybe get that $3,000 out of it, which you then obviously incorporate that initial fee in your proposal as well. But it really makes people question whether or not they should put a proposal up, or maybe they go back at the drawing table, lobby a little bit more in the background before putting it up. So it needs to be a barrier of entry, and but it can't be too high either, because you don't want it to stifle innovation either. So that amount, in our case, will be variable, but we will start at the onset with a 100 EOS setting, and because it's EOS, then you can tweak it over time. Right. If EOS goes to $50, then yeah, it would make no sense to have a 100 EOS barrier.
What parameters are important for DAC WPS systems, and what are the pros and cons with each parameter decision?
One of the big things that we learned over the last year by designing WPS systems is that everything needs to be on chain. We've got a blockchain, let's use it. I mean, the reason for in my opinion, the parameter that's important for a WPS system at the core in our particular ecosystem is to be able to leverage the tools that we have, and the tools that we have blockchain, and the blockchain comes with this permission, this trustless system. So leverage that trustless system. So if you're going to have a system that's going to be overseeing funds, or going to be having access to funds, then you really need to work into, as a parameter, how does that happen? How does it happen on chain, and how is it automated, so that there's no point in the workflow where the funds could potentially be put in harm's way, or that there's no way that any particular one actor could get their hands on the funds. That's always been going back to kind of the risk factor. You want to remove that as a potential risk. So in your design, in your parameters, you need to ensure that everything is on chain, everything is transparent, and those are the pros with it. The cons is that you need to code it, and it's not always easy. And so you need to get the right people to be able to write the smart contracts, and you need to make it so that it really is kind of a closed system that really can't be attacked. Another, I guess, important parameter that would be key is, where do the funds come from? And this we struggle with, right? So in EOS, for example, the original intent through the white paper, or the I guess perceived intent, because we really don't know, is all our perception of what was written, was that the WPS funds would come from, let's say, 4% inflation, whereas 1% inflation would go to the block producers. Over time, we've seen that a lot of the token holders, and with big stake, are opposed to this. Block One has even come out that they last year they said that they would be opposed to using inflation for a utility of WPS systems. So one of the parameters that is really important for the design is, well, if it doesn't come from inflation, where does it come from? So various options have been popped up. You know, it could work from donations, but is that really sustainable? If you really want to have base level infrastructure that's being built at a massive scale, are donations really sustainable, and are they scalable? Probably not. And so struggling with that parameter, or I guess designing that parameter, was really, really key in our journey.
So that might be something to think about on this DACathon, of like, hey guys, where do the funds come from if it's not inflation? So just maybe another thing that someone may spark up an idea out there. So looking forward to that. And let's move on to the next question. How do you compare Dash and Boss WPS systems? I know Dash has been quite successful with their WPS. So,
yeah, for sure. Really good question. I mean, in designing our systems, we actually studied the Dash system. So the one that we're going to be deploying or going to be that we're building currently for the EOSIO mainnet is very much inspired by Dash, but it is also inspired by the Boss WPS system, which we built and designed. And so, how do I compare them? One of the key, I guess, insights that I learned by looking at Dash was that Dash is very successful. However, Dash has some issues, and one of the larger issues is that everything is hard coded. The Dash WPS system has not changed since it's been launched, and that is an issue. They didn't have the technology behind. It's a long time ago, 5 years ago, and so to give an idea, at some point Dash was worth, I'm not sure about the amount, but let's say it was worth a little over $1,000, I think. While the 5 Dash barrier of entry, well, that was $5,000 to submit a proposal. The amount of monthly Dash that they were giving at some point was something like $25 million, and that's when you saw. I don't know if you recall, but at some point Dash sponsored NASCAR, and they had a NASCAR with Dash on it and everything, and that cost something like 2.5 mil or 4.5 mil, something like that. And so they wanted to change the parameters in the system. They can't. Everything's hard coded. So if you want to actually make changes to the core system, you actually need to fork Dash. It's not happening. But we did learn a lot from that. We learned a lot from that in how masternodes behave. We learned a lot from that, from Dash, in terms of how many people actually participate in the ecosystem, how people interact, timeline-wise, setting a beginning and an end, putting a barrier of entry. In their case, it's 5 Dash. And so we learned quite a bit from the Dash model. But at the same time, because we designed the Boss model almost a year ago now, it's almost a year old, we learned from that one as well, because we threw it out in the wild in the Boss ecosystem with actual funds, with actual users, and so it's been running live. And there are a lot of key elements that we've learned that worked out really well, and some that didn't work out as well. And one that I touched upon earlier was the idea that the funds are given at the onset versus after the fact. So in Boss, they're given after the fact, and we see that there are challenges there. And so we're working on a micro grant system that actually alleviate that, but it works within Boss because of the way that Boss is designed. Another thing that we learned from Boss is that when you want to implicate, and this was also from EOS referendum, if you implicate every token holder for every decision, unfortunately, you can't reach consensus because it's just too difficult, and most people just do not have the time. And so in EOS, the idea is that people have delegated authorities in order to make those decisions for them. Those authorities in EOS, we call them block producers, whether they're the top 21 or whether they're any block producer that meets the pay threshold. You essentially meet the certain quota to be able to be designed as an official participant in the system. Why not leverage those people instead of every single token holder every time? So that is one of the key elements that we integrated in our new system as well, is leveraging the already elected, essentially, officials of the system.
So what kind of quality control, auditing, and vetting process do you feel is necessary for worker proposals? Obviously, this is a bit of a challenge for us right now.
Yeah, really, really good question. So in terms of quality control, auditing, vetting process, what's necessary, I think is really and the way we're going to go about it is going to be interesting, but it really is to have designated auditors, people that are essentially a third party that are elected by the system, or they're part of the system somehow, and they produce public reports, and then that data, and they have no authority. Essentially, all they do is produce reports. All they do is give the information out there for people down the line to be able to make better judgments as time goes by. Going back to, again, being comfortable with a certain level of risk, there will be some proposals that do not achieve what they said they would achieve. If I go based on Dash, there are some people or some teams that have in the past, over the last couple of years, submitted proposals. They were not able to accomplish what they said they would in the amount of time that they said they would, and some of them, that was their last proposal ever, because the system never had any trust in them ever again. And people recognize that, and we need to be comfortable with that. Others, they weren't able to achieve what they said they would. However, they were successfully able to explain why that was, and they were able to get funding in the future again. So just because you're not able to do what you said you were going to do, sometimes it's because of external factors that you simply cannot control. If, let's say, your timelines were tight, or if you have dependencies on other organizations, whatever the reason may be, but if you're successfully able to explain why and really kind of keep faith by not running away, that can be a positive, because then people can take from that, learn and grow, and that in itself can be a value add for the ecosystem. So in terms of quality control, auditing, vetting process, it's incredibly important, and it's an ongoing challenge. There's no one-stop shop fit solution type of thing. It's an ever-evolving process.
Got you, because then you're thinking about then who validates the auditors, and then they be bought, right? Like,
yeah.
So
yeah, could they potentially be
DACathon today?
Yeah.
Would you say that? So these kinds of things, yeah, something to think about. So we have a long way on that side, but I think that we will get there, and trial and error, and I feel that we just need to continue, like, more worker proposal systems need to get created and creations of it, and then it has to fail. So then when we know that okay, well, that doesn't work. So good thing we're just, right now in the beginning, and with KROWN DAC, it is an experimental, really it's a generic DAC that is just about giving you value for meaningful work, just to see if we can come up with these tools, from the community itself. So I think it's a beautiful experiment, and a beautiful shared goal. So with
a lot of the tools we don't even know we need, or we don't know what they are, because we haven't faced the challenges, and without hitting those walls, we don't know what's on the other side. We let them know that there's a wall there to be hit. So yeah, it'll take a lot of iterations, just like you're doing with KROWN DAC. You just need to keep going at it.
That's it.
And seeing barriers or failures in a way, not necessarily as failures, but opportunities to grow.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, and one thing that is also happening is that there was some gaming that was happening with the scoreboard, and I thought that, we all thought that was kind of really cool, because someone had to try really hard to try and beat the game, and set up a bunch of accounts and type a bunch of things in the Telegram groups. And I was like, kudos on you, because this is helping us. And so for those on the outside of this thinking about it, that it's just like, what's the point of this whole thing? The idea is to see what we would do, what the behavior is, and then study ourselves, and but it's such a neat shared goal to experiment on that truly is about, can we meet our needs by doing meaningful work? I mean, this is kind of the basis of this all. And so yeah, I'm really proud to be part of KROWN. So anyway, moving forward, my friend. Do you see the number 13? Do you see WPS as the future of work? Why or why not?
I see a place for WPS in the future of work. I do not see traditional systems leaving entirely. I think that right now there is a very much a one-sided approach, and what we're going to see, hopefully, with WPS systems is now kind of the counterbalance. But having all one or all the other, I think you're missing out on a lot of opportunity. So all in all, I do not see it as the only one, but I do see a future for it, definitely.
Got it. So time and place for both, for all systems.
Yep.
Beautiful.
Yep.
So anything else that you want to add about DAC work proposal issues, or do you think we touched upon it? Is there anything else that pops into mind that the DACathoners can kind of think about in this DACathon?
I think the only other thing that I'd want to add is just experiment. Be comfortable with trying things in controlled environments, and within those controlled environments, be comfortable, be strong with your risk matrices, and just do iteration after iteration after iteration until you see that something works really well. Then you really see it out in the wild in the public for public testing, And that's when it becomes fun, because you have no idea how on paper it can work, the actual code can work, the software can work, everything can be good, but how humans will interact with it or how populations will interact with it, that is data that is very difficult to obtain until it's actually thrown out in the wild. So be comfortable with that, and just incorporate whatever elements that you can think of that might be kind of a sounding board from the people into your design, and then just go back to the drawing board over and over.
I think, wow, thank you so much, Yves. What a phenomenal little segment about worker proposal systems. Yes, I hope this helped. And you have a few things to think about if you are working on a project with WPS systems. Really, really great talk, Yves. I really appreciate you. And thanks for being here. Thanks for supporting and participating in the DACathon.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for having me again, Kai. This is a pleasure. I'm really happy to talk about DACs, talk about WPS. So anytime you want to have me, go for it. I'm really looking forward to what comes out of the DACathon. So everybody, good luck. Have fun.
All right. Aloha, Yves. And
hey.
Hello, welcome back. This is Dwayne Philippi with KROWN DAC. In this segment, I'd like to investigate the idea of validators. In DAC systems, distributed autonomous communities, there's a need that's unmet to validate worker proposals and projects. Currently in KROWN DAC, we have a worker proposal system where individuals or companies can propose a project, and the custodians or board of KROWN DAC would approve these projects and release funds. Up to now, we've had very exciting proposals, but they've been smaller in nature. We face a challenge as some of these proposals are getting bigger of how to validate the individuals, the companies, and their ability to actually come through on their worker proposal. So I propose that maybe a validator DAC can solve this problem. So what's a validator? In its simplest, it's an individual. This individual would be separate and impartial to the project. They would have to be validated themselves. They'd have to tell us who they are and to build reputation themselves, not only validating the projects that are building reputation. Well, it's a huge need, not only in our DAC, but maybe in the whole bigger system, EOS, and in other DAC systems. We see worker proposals that are going to have this need. So I'd like to explore that. I'd like to hear your comments, see what that would look like as a DAC, how we go through some of the challenges of verifying and validating these people, and what the other roles of that DAC would be. As a validating company, you're looking at being an escrow to hold those funds before they're released to a project. So yeah, I think this is something that's very needed in the industry, and I'd like to hear your thoughts. Thank you.
Hi all, my name is Reiki. I'm part of a team that's building Seeds, the conscious currency, and Haifa, which is also building a decentralized autonomous organization, or we also call it a decentralized collective organization. However, first I want to say, being part of the first DACathon of the decade, that's pretty incredible. We would have loved to have one of our teams here, but unfortunately, we were just launching our token sale yesterday with the full moon, and we were head down doing our own sort of DACathon. So we really appreciate what's going on here, and we're actually going to try to get a team together today and join you guys. But first, I wanted to talk a little bit more today about governance. I believe this is the most important aspect of any DAC, and this is how any organism senses and responds to its changing environment. Now, there are many ways to do governance, from electing leaders to autocratic control to various forms of democracy and so on. However, I only have a few minutes, so I'm going to speak to some designs that Seeds and Haifa have employed for its various DACs. First off, one token, one vote is a plutocracy. It's essentially governance by the wealthy, and it allows any system to be co-opted by wealthy attackers. Now, this only applies if that token is exchangeable, but I can get into that next. Further, if governance is directed only by those with wealth, then the decisions are likely to be short-sighted and aimed at increasing wealth over the short term, as these benefactors are actually looking for quick gains and typically just to exit the system. So if your DAC exists solely to make short-term profits, then this might be a very fine route and design to take. But as we've seen in other decentralized organizations that had greater goals than just short-term profits, then this has actually led to a lot of decline in their ability to meet those goals. So this is actually why we really recommend that governance tokens are non-fungible, or if they are purchasable, there's other ways. Quadratic voting is very interesting, or quadratic voting, but also quadratic purchasing of tokens. And what that means is if one account is trying to buy tokens that are in the form of governance, that those tokens become more value or more expensive to buy the more that they have. But in order to be able to do that, we have to talk about one of the most important aspects that we believe in governance, and that's actually decoupling the equity token of the project and the voice token of the project. So anyway, that was kind of a lot of information, but what I'm going to do is actually talk about two designs that we have, one that's in Seeds and one that's in Haifa, and that'll give you some ideas about different ways of running governance. So I'm going to start off with Seeds. So Seeds is a large-scale decentralized organization, and what it's meant to do is actually provide an alternative to the nation-state model. So it's meant to encompass, millions of people, maybe even billions and beyond. So the forms of governance that are required to manage such large numbers of people and help such large numbers of people participate are going to be different than those ones that are just part of corporations that might have hundreds to thousands of people. So that's the first consideration with any governance, is what scale of community are you working to govern. Okay, so within Seeds, we've decoupled, as I was talking about before, the Seeds token and the trust token. So trust is what we call our voice token, our voting token within the Seeds system. And you actually earn this the more that you're contributing. So Seeds is very unique in that a lot of the inflation of the Seeds currency actually goes to the users and the people of the network by how much they're contributing, and that's a wide number of ways. And we call this the harvest. So part of the harvest is earning Seeds, but the other part of it is actually earning these trust tokens to be able to participate in governance. And we've actually limited the users of this trust token to those who have earned the citizenship designation. And that requires a series of web of trust authentications and reputation building within the system before you're actually allowed to govern. So we've designed this in a way to get rid of the proxy accounts. Because that's one of the other elements, is that if you're having a non-fungible token, because you're trying to have one account essentially represent one person so that they can't gain too much control, then you need to have a system in place that can make sure that one person can't have 50 accounts and then just have the same effect. And then what we've done with our governance is actually split it up within Seeds, that there's local governance and then global governance. And that could be mirrored that, the nation state, and then within it, the micro-states that make up that nation state. So using the US as an example, you have the Federal Reserve, the one, and then Utah, California, etc. as the smaller entities. So this is, people are voting on things that govern them based on the global system and based on their local instance. And this doesn't have to be geographically based as it is in Seeds. In your particular DACs, it could be based off interest. It could be based off of different projects. I mean, there's a million different ways to federate and fractal out this governance, but it is very important that you're pushing governance to the smallest degree possible to the people who really need to be making that decision. If every governance decision has to go through everyone's face and eyes, then they're not going to be able to have the bandwidth or time to be making good decisions, and governance likely won't happen. Great, so that was, again, quite a bit of information, but I'm going to move on from Seeds right now and actually talk about Haifa. So Haifa is probably more similar to a lot of the organizations that you guys are intending to set up. So Haifa is actually building what we call a DAO nursery or a DAO factory. And we have a platform where people are able to run up and start their own DACs, DAOs, and governance instances. But we've designed more of ours based off holacracy. So holacracy has a lot of really powerful principles about how people can make decisions better together, organize things. We had a little bit of a glitch there. So either way, Hypha has done similar to what Seeds does, is what's decoupled the equity token within Hypha and the voice token within Hypha. So equity can be bought by investors, outsiders who don't really necessarily know what's happening within Hypha itself, but want to start earning dividends off of holding these tokens. They buy up the Hypha equity. But that doesn't necessarily give them a voice in how it's governed and run. And we believe this is very critical because those who are buying up these tokens and investing in it likely have no concept of what's going on within the organization. So they're the least, capable, and they're the least able to be able to make functional decisions. And what we've done was actually distribute voice to those who are contributing directly to the project. And in that sense, it's those who are holding roles and actually driving the organization forward. And then in our case, voice actually deteriorates over time. So it has a half-life of about 1 year. So that people who have joined the organization early don't get an undue amount of voice that actually deteriorates. So that about equals out that people who are in the organization for an average of 3 years, it's about the most voice you're going to have, and that makes you basically senior in the organization. And again, this is very important because the amount of voice that you're earning is directly related to how much you're contributing to the project. And we believe those who are contributing with their time and their knowledge and their capability and their dedication, not necessarily just their financial wealth, are the ones who are making the decisions. And that's what's helping the purpose of the organization actually be driven forward, opposed to it being driven towards short-term interests such as profit maximization or a quick turnaround. Great, so those are just some of the main topics I wanted to touch on with governance, is the concept of being able to decouple the equity token and the voice token. We think that's an incredible power that blockchain's bringing forward. Second, making sure that if you have a non-fungible token, that there's some form of web of trust or proxy defense so that people can only have one account that's earning it. And then third, how are people earning that voice? This is where we can get really creative. So don't just have it that you buy voice. We can get really, really interesting in how you're actually distributing voice to meet the purpose of your organization. And that's about everything, guys. I wanted to close this off by saying if you are interested in DACs and DAOs and this sort of governance, we're doing quite a bit of work in this arena, and we're always looking for very interested people. And yeah, we'd love to be able to play with you guys and create some new, what we call regenerative and thriving foundations for a global society, and kick off the year of 2020, the year of perfect vision, with this movement and renaissance towards helping us get there. If you want to find out more, check us out at joinseeds.com. We have some Telegram groups, also just seeds_community. And yeah, we'd love to talk with you all. Good luck.
Camera rolling. 3, 2, 1.
Hi, I'm Fred Krueger. I am the founder of Links Chain, and happy to be part of DAC 2020. And in this segment, we're going to be talking about how can we make DACs easy. With that, I will tell a little bit about my philosophy about as it relates to blockchain and links and Links Chain. Everything that we're doing is centered around consumer usability. So I think we can all agree that blockchain is not the most intuitive or easy thing. For those of us in crypto, we've sort of figured it out, but all of us have significant others and friends who are outside of crypto, and for them the barriers to entry in this space are too difficult. And so the question is, how can we make this stuff really simple? And to me, it starts with the wallet, right? At the end of the day, the way consumers are going to be interacting with the blockchain is through a wallet and or a DApp, right? So The most common way right now is a wallet that interacts with dApps, but there are also native dApps now that you can build that basically have a wallet built into them. So those are the two ways of interacting with the blockchain. And I think that's the most important thing is making that really easy. So one of the things that we've done at LinksChain is we've just made the onboarding very, very simple. So you can come in and just like Twitter, you can come in, you just put your phone number in, verify your phone number, pick a username, and then you're up and running. You don't have to pay any money. That's it. You just verify your phone number, pick a username, and you're good to go. And so then now you have an account. Now what? Well, you're going to need to get a little bit of crypto, right? Because without crypto, these crypto apps aren't very useful, right? So we've sort of solved that problem by having these free-to-play games that we built. So we have two that are working now on our new LinksChain, which are Alien Invasion and Bomb Sweeper that we built ourselves, these two apps. And we're building more. So we've got several apps under development now. Games that allow you to win tokens, win crypto. And so we just want to make it fun and interesting for the average person. And so, you come in, you've got this wallet, now you've played a few games, you've earned some crypto, you invite some of your friends, you earn a little bit more crypto. So now we've made the process up till now very simple. And now maybe we get to the point of, okay, now that I understand crypto, maybe I want to actually get onto something like a DAC, right? Which is sort of next level, right? You're not going to just jump into a DAC if you don't understand what crypto is and private keys and all that. But once you're kind of up and running, that's sort of the next thing. So these are just sort of ways that we are going to build the product. And I just would like to share one thing, which is how do we build links, and how are we able to kind of come up with these things? And I think it really boils down to our philosophy, right? Which is you don't just start by hacking, right? I think that's really, with all due respect, hackathons, you're not going to develop anything great in 48 hours. It's just not going to happen. And you should really start not by coding, but really fleshing out what the product is. And so you really should start with, what is the purpose of this product? Who is it meant for? What problem are you solving with this product? And then start building the user interface with the product conceptually before you actually write any code. So I would say focus on what the product should do before how you build it and the nuts and bolts of it. Nuts and bolts are less important than the user interface of the product. And I'll give you one example. A lot of people in our space, we're all very focused on these, very technical things, like how many transactions per second or et cetera. But on the other hand, we're all using Facebook, right? And none of us are asking, okay, wonder what database Facebook uses, right? Nobody cares, right? I don't know if they're using MongoDB or CloudDB or, Oracle. It doesn't matter, right? That question does not matter. So, nor do I care what brand of servers they're running, right? And that doesn't matter either, right? So, there's a lot of this back-end stuff. You can spend all your time worrying about the back-end stuff with the consensus mechanism and the transactions per second, or how block producers should be paid and all this stuff. But that doesn't matter to a consumer. The consumer doesn't care any of this. What they care about is, what does this product do for me? And how do I get started really fast? Because I have no attention. I have no interest, and I don't want to learn. I don't want to learn a lot of vocabulary and stuff. How can we make it super simple? What is the core thing that I'm trying to solve? Don't try to impress people with your technical chops, because nobody cares. Actually, nobody really cares how brilliant you are technically or this. What they care about is, have you found a simple idea that solves a big problem?
What are some of the DAC tools that you guys are thinking about building now that are kind of in the pipeline?
Yeah, so let's just talk about what a DAC is, right? And what are the big problems with a DAC? So I really see that a DAC has really 2 or 3 main functions, right? The first function of a DAC is that you want to vote on different proposals, right? So somebody should be able to come to the DAC and say, I have a proposal. I would like to propose that we take the week between Christmas and New Year's off, right? That's a proposal. And so, that proposal gets put in the system, it gets a number, and people can look at that proposal. And then the various people, members of the community, can decide whether they're going to vote. Yes, we take Christmas week off, or bah humbug, we continue working straight through New Year's, right? So we're going to have the pro-Christmas guys voting yes. We have the Scrooge McDuff's guys voting no. If people vote enough yes, then it unlocks something, and that could be a multi-sig contract, right, that says, okay, here's a Christmas bonus for everybody, right? So the second thing, so there's a voting mechanism, there's a contract definition, so people are going to be submitting proposals. These proposals get voted on, and if there are enough votes, we get into this authorization of funds, and then the funds can be transferred. That's pretty much the way I see the real value of most DACs. It's a kind of a voting mechanism with a checkbook, which is controlled by multi-sig, right? And that's oversimplifying a little bit, but it's not really too much. I mean, that's pretty much all these things want to be. I think from our perspective, we'd like to see everything be free, right? So we'd like to sort of see it like if you've created an account on Links and you want to create a little community and you want to build a little DAC for your community and you want to invite 20 people into this community as voters, and you want to have another 5 people who are administrators of the funds, you should be able to do that, right? And then the 20 voters should be able to vote on projects, and then the 5 administrators of the funds should have a multi-sig ability to delegate funds. And then, of course, you have a wallet in there that holds those funds and disperses them out. So I think from our perspective, it fits in really pretty well with like what we built, which is a wallet. Although, our wallet really is not was not intended to be used in a multi-sig way. And most wallets aren't, right? So Meet.one, TokenPocket, our wallet Links, these are not really built as multi-sig wallets. They have the capability though of being multi-sig, and I've yet to see a really good user interface. And so maybe I'd throw this out as a challenge to the hackathoners: is build a really good user interface for people to do multi-sig, right? Because it's one of these core features of EOSIO that you can do, and it's used quite a bit at the Kleos level by very technical people, and I've used it, right? So I've done multi-sig transactions on EOS, but there really isn't a great kind of user interface right now. So while we're probably not going to build this thing out in January or February, we are now starting to look at multi-sig for Links Chain, and we've implemented the core Block 1 library, which allows us to do these kind of multi-sig things in sort of our wallet and the way we handle keys with the keychain. So we're set up that we can do it. Now we have to sort of think about how do we do it in a way that users can actually understand it. And that's a challenge, right? Because if you think about it, multi-sig, right, if there's 3 out of 5 people, okay, so one person signs, then the other people have to sort of know that Fred signed, right? And then somebody said, well, there's a Richard. Well, Richard didn't sign. Well, do you notify everybody that Fred signed and Richard didn't sign? And now it's your turn. And then how do you remind people if they just got lazy or they didn't get the email or they didn't get the text? Notifications. There's a lot. It's a lot more tricky than you would think, right? If everybody's in the same room or on the same Telegram and they're just like, okay, let's all do this multi-sig, that's one thing. But if you have these multi-sigs that happen, over different time zones and over maybe a week, the coordination of all this stuff is important. So I think DACs have somewhat of the same issues, but I think it's how do you build this thing so the user interface works? these things are not rocket science. The hard problem is not the technical side. The hard problem is making these things comprehensible to a normal person, right? So, and I'll give you some anecdotes. So when EOS came out, right, there wasn't any wallets. They just gave you a command line interface. And, Block One thought that was perfectly fine, because they're all developers. So, hey, normal people should be able to use command line interfaces to transfer stuff. That does not work, okay? Right? So, and then it's sort of like, well, normal people should use Chrome plugins. Well, what if I don't have Chrome? There's a whole bunch of people who don't have Chrome, and I guarantee you, a lot of my friends don't know how to use a Chrome plugin. I've never heard of such a thing that is a Chrome plugin. So you can't assume that everybody is kind of as up to date as you technically on all these things. So, I think assuming Chrome plugins, assuming knowledge of the terminal in Mac, which it's not a normal thing. That most people don't go into the command line and type Cleos. This is just not. It's a developer thing. So you have to back off a little bit and really ask yourself, how would a normal person who say likes Instagram, how are they going to use a DAC? Okay, and so I always go back to my 12-year-old son. Would he understand DACs? Not right now. Could he? Potentially, yes, right? So I could definitely see him creating a DAC with some of his friends, but it would have to be, a little bit of a game. So we have to figure out how to make it a lot more like Fortnite and a lot less like command line. I'd say making things easy starts by, first of all, simplifying the problem. Don't even worry about the code. Don't worry about the technical, how great it is. Just think about the problem, right? So try to figure out what are the people stuck with? What is the pain point that people are doing, and how can you make that easy for those people? Solve that conceptually without even going into the code or anything. That's phase one. Phase two, start with the design. Start with working on the product in sort of a very much white room, just mapping it out on a board. And really, in my opinion, I would love to see a hackathon just stop there. Just stop at just build out prototypes, just mental thought experiment prototypes. You don't have to code. You shouldn't code unless you are actually knowing exactly what you're coding to. But otherwise, you're just kind of creating random code for no reason. And that's what I would say is I would start from 1,000 feet away and then kind of get closer, as opposed to start bottom up and just start writing code and stuff. More is not better. Less is better. Uber built a enormous $50 billion business with an app that has one button, say, pick me up now, right? Google built a $1 trillion business with a search box that said, enter your search here, right? So you can't get any simpler than those two apps. So simplify it to the maximum, and don't be complicated. I think whatever platform you need, I hope you guys will take a look at links. It'll play the best for consumers. But don't build something too complicated. Build something simple. Build something that people love, and build something that people have some joy in opening and looking at again and again and again, because that's what you want. You want to bring joy to your products. And I'll give you another anecdote. So we started in blockchain. We had this product called WorkCoin, right? And that was our first attempt. And it's funny because I just looked at that code today. Again, I was looking at it again because I knew I was going to talk to you about this DAC stuff. And so I looked at WorkCoin. I looked back at kind of what we had actually built. And the problem with WorkCoin is when we built it, we didn't have our own blockchain, right? And we had this EOS thing, which wallets cost money, and we had to import wallets. And so we weren't thinking of it as an app within LinksChain. So it became very, very complicated because we didn't have this sort of supporting architecture, right? And actually, WorkCoin is not that complicated when you actually look at it as an app on Links. not at all, because we already have avatars, we have free accounts, we have all the stuff that Lynx provides that WorkCoin needed. So we have a new chance to look back at what we did, and we're like, oh, well, we can actually simplify it down from about 30 screens to about 6. And, and so, it's not, and that's good, right? That's a great thing that we were able to get rid of so many screens. And so, we'll probably bring back WorkCoin in 2020, but it will bring it back as Lynx Jobs. And, Lynx Jobs is a very sort of simple way to post a job or to post a skill that you have, and then somebody can find your job and then pay you in Lynx. People are stumbling because there's not a good enough architecture, right? And it's just, you can't, and it's also very difficult to drive traffic to your individual app if you're going to build a wallet and you're going to build your app and you're going to build, moving this thing to exchanges and all the rest. There's just too many moving pieces. So I think we need to get, the breakthrough has to be, we've got a place where people are coming to, like the App Store was. When the App Store launched in 2008, there was suddenly a place where you could put your app, and you knew that there were people who were going to look at your app, right? So that was good, right? So you had a market already because of the App Store. Now, they did take 30% of your revenue, but it doesn't matter, right? The fact is they gave you all this eyeballs, right? So if you had one of the early apps, it got a lot of traffic because people were interested. And sort of similar, like our feeling is, if we have this app store on...
Does that work for DACs?
Huh?
A DAC app store?
Well, as long as the DACs are in the app store, then people can discover the DACs, right? So the tools need to be somewhere, right, to get discovered, right? And so I think what's really difficult is if you have your tool and you say, okay, I'm going to build this great DAC, okay? Okay, well, at the end of the day, what have you got? GreatDAC.com, right? So you built this thing called GreatDAC.com. Then you have to get people to know about GreatDAC.com. How are they going to know about GreatDAC.com? Well, you're going to you can first tell everybody, go to GreatDAC.com and check out my DAC. Well, then you're going to get, you'll get 100 people to go there once. And then you're going to be like, well, nobody's coming back to GreatDAC.com. And then people are like, so even your good friends will be like, oh, yeah, GreatDAC.com. Yeah, I remember that when it came out like a month ago. Yeah, I didn't go back. And, you have no way, if you launch a website, no way of telling people, come back to GreatDAC.com. So, there's a marketing challenge, right? There's a marketing challenge of just getting your idea out in front of this small blockchain community. On the other hand, if there's an app store full of blockchain enthusiasts who have this wallet, who have funds, who've already figured out the crypto side, and then now they figure out your DAC tool, well, yeah, these guys they're going to be interested in it. They have the Lynx wallet, so they can pull out the Lynx wallet. They can go, oh, what else is new? Oh, Great DAC is coming out. That's fantastic. I need to check this thing out. And then Bob's DAC is coming out. I need to check out Bob's DAC too. It's even better than Great DAC. And then, and so I think having this stuff in one place is very important, and then having notifications so that, your Great DAC can notify people that, hey, there's been an update. We've updated we've added some new feature to it. We've added proposal qualifiers or something else, or, quadratic voting or whatever, right? So, or chat rooms. And so, how are you going to tell people about this stuff if all you're just telling them to go is to go to this website? So it's not going to work if you just go straight on into a brick wall. You're going to hit the brick wall, and the brick wall is going to be fine, and your car is not going to be fine. You will fail. You will just drive yourself right into that brick wall. I don't think that's the right way to go. I encourage you to drive on the road and not into the brick wall. That's my advice. We will have some Lynx DAC, okay? And we've actually even mocked all the screens up, and we think it's a good thing to offer people. I think people will appreciate it. I think communities and groups will find it useful. We like our wallet to be a place where groups can find value. If you're doing a Boy Scout troop, right, and you're managing a bunch of Boy Scouts, you know, you have to figure out, you have to make certain decisions, right, about, you know, where you're going to go on camp out or jamboree or this or that, right? So, you know, this is exactly the kind of thing where a DAC can be very useful, right, is managing a troop of Boy Scouts. You know, if you're going to do that, they're going to need a wallet to access this. They're going to need all these other tools that you just, probably if you're a developer, you're taking for granted. But you shouldn't, because they don't exist, right? So, you know, like, you probably are going to want to have some chat ability. Lynx is going to be a chat app, because it will never be a chat app. I mean, it's a wallet. But, you know, could we support, you know, chat inside of Lynx? Yeah, we could, you know, or we could support different apps that use chat. We can support notifications. Those are very important, right? Can we support the ability to transfer different cryptocurrencies amongst each other, right? Also very important, right? To interface with exchanges and to pay people. You know, something that we're increasingly looking at is cards, right? So ability to actually have a debit card, you know, which you can actually take with you, take your cryptocurrency out and use it in an ATM, right? Which I did today, and I posted that on Facebook. You know, so all these kind of things is like, you know, these are the things that are going to make it all work, right? Is like, you need all these things, and you need good apps, right? So, you know, I would say if you've got a great app idea, and maybe it is DAC for Boy Scouts, right? Like, that's a big market. There are lots of Boy Scouts, right? There's a lot more Boy Scouts than there are blockchain users. Right? The Girl Scout cookie market is very good, you know? So these are big markets, you know, like, you know, there's a lot of affinity groups that are absolutely enormous that could benefit from these DACs, you know? Everybody from the National Rifle Association to the AARP, right? To, you know, all kinds of, you know, Gay and Lesbian Alliance, you name it, right? There's all these different, whether you're on the right, the middle, the center, or wherever, right? There's a million different groups that could benefit from this stuff, but none of them are going to use a tool that's impossible to use. It's not going to happen. So, I mean, usability. Right now the problem is not technical. It's not transactions per second. It really is not. The bottleneck is usability. It's got to be super usable. So you can have the best DAC in the world, but if nobody can buy your cryptocurrency, if nobody can transfer your cryptocurrency, if the wallet is expensive or difficult to install, nobody's going to use it. It's just not going to happen. So I would say usability is everything, and that's why I think, from our perspective, we're a small company. You know, we're 9 people. We can't do everything. We're not going to build. You know, we're not going to do. We're not trying to build a database. You know, it's like that's not what we've done. You know, or build the core parts of a blockchain. We are totally uninterested in that. But we can make a blockchain like EOSIO much more usable and much more friendly and much more consumer friendly than actually EOS is, which we've done. And so, you know, we're that consumer layer on it. And if you think that's not valuable, well, again, look at Facebook. You know, they took this sort of generic social network and they won an election with it. So, you know, it's changed the world. Maybe not in a great way, but it's changed the world, right? And, you know, we have, I think, a third of the world's population or half the world's population is on Facebook, Instagram, or WhatsApp at this point. You know, that's half of every sentient being in this solar system, you know, is on that app. So, you know, and why? Because it's so usable. It's so friendly. You know, it's usable, it's friendly, it works. So don't underestimate how important usability is. So in closing, thank you very much for watching this segment. The entire team at Lynx hopes you have a great DACathon, and look forward to seeing your ideas and your prototypes. And all of us at Lynx are quite interested in seeing what you guys will come up with.
In this segment, we have Yves LaRose, and we will be talking about, and he will be talking about worker proposal systems. And so aloha Yves, again, thanks for being here. Nice having you.
Aloha Kai. Yeah, thanks for having me. Thank you very much for the DACathon and everything that is to come for everybody here.
Fantastico. Yeah, first question is, why should we use a DAC versus a traditional organization?
EOS Nation, for example, is a DAC internally. A lot of people don't know that, but the way that we were set up, we're a DAC internally with the founders. And the reason why we do it is for trust. And a lot of the DACs that we've seen being set up is just that initial trust. You're able to
Yeah, hey everybody. Hey everybody. The YouTube is going on a loop, so I think we started out with Yves, and I think we finished all the videos. So there were 4. So yeah, YouTube is finished, and if you guys have been on Zoom, feel free to kind of go back on Zoom. Otherwise, this is streaming right now. Yeah, great job, Kai. Fantastic videos. That was a great job interviewing Yves, and a lot of insights there. And then Craig, or Fred Krueger as well. That's great. Does this need to stream to YouTube now? I don't know. We've been doing it, but what do you guys think? So yeah, this YouTube stream is over. I don't know. We could keep it on, I guess. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna cut up the videos anyway. So this is just the live stream version. I think we're gonna have each interview and segment session individually on YouTube. We'll have to kind of put them up individually. So I mean, this is just kind of a live stream, raw, uncut version. So, anyways, so let's.
I found a bug in this that factory now. That you know, when you place your votes, right? It now doesn't come up with the option to click to place the votes.
Yeah, so this is good to, yeah, I think Lisa had, I think, did you vote and then are you trying to re-vote? Is that like you voted without token?
I tried to vote, but I didn't have the token, right?
Okay.
So now I've got the token and I'm trying to re-vote.
Okay.
It only comes up with the submit my votes option if I remove one of the 3 votes.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe do I have to?
No, re-voting wouldn't do anything. So there's no need to re-vote. So it's correct. your votes are already cast, and as soon as you receive the tokens, your votes that you previously made then have weight.
Right, but it says my vote's 0. Oh, right, okay, because I did sign the transaction, right, but I didn't have a token. I've not staked my...
You don't need to stake if you cast your votes, though.
Right, okay.
Okay, so
there's no need to stake the DAC token?
No, so did you vote before?
I voted, but I didn't have a token, and it did come up, and it said something about not staking, not having staked. I can't remember the exact message. But then I sorted out the token, and now I've got the token. I'm trying to submit the votes, but it does that, what I just explained. It doesn't allow me to resubmit them. It will only allow me to resubmit. It gives me the option to resubmit 2 of them.
Resubmitting your votes wouldn't do anything. If you submit the same votes over again, it doesn't accept it, so it's the same as not voting. There's no need to recast the vote.
So how do I see if I've voted?
John,
do I have to go to the blocks explorer?
What I had to do.
Yeah, go on.
John, what I had to do is pick different people and save it, and then go back and pick the original people and save it again, and then that counts it.
Right, let me try that. Okay. Oh, right, yeah. If I pick different people, it does it. Right, that's right. So, now if I try original people.
Yeah, just for some clarification too. Do you need tokens to vote?
Yeah.
So you can cast your vote without any token. You just won't have any weight.
As soon as okay.
Wait,
Lisa, when you said you selected 3 different people and then you saved it, how did you save it? You mean you just came out?
Submit my votes.
You click submit my votes again?
Yeah, and then you can go back and pick the original ones and submit those votes.
Really?
It just made you select other people first.
Yeah, I think this is a little...
I could use another vote if you're voting.
Yeah, let me try that. So I've just voted for 3 different people. Oh, you were one of them, Lisa. That's good.
Brownie points.
Now if I remove those and select the 3 original people, I can vote again, right?
Yeah.
Right, but it makes no difference whatsoever, by the way. If
other people this work for as well.
Yeah, you know, it's just user interface, Michael, really. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but from a user perspective,
I mean, what did you achieve by voting again?
Well, I hope to cast my original choice and vote.
Yeah, I think
right.
This is a
now it says I'm voting. Brilliant.
Yeah, so
I'm happy.
Yeah.
Yay.
That's great. That's great. So I think this is just an unusual situation. Usually, in the beginning, you would have tokens, but in our case, we ended up having to start with 0 tokens, and then I guess fix the issue, and then send the tokens afterwards. And then so there was this re-voting kind of thing you had to do if you already voted without tokens. So yeah. From a UX perspective, I guess, if there was a button to re-vote in those circumstances, that makes sense. But it's not a typical...
a UX perspective, that was really confusing.
Yeah, and it's hard because, those situations don't come up a lot. That's like an edge case. And so if you
can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There's no need to recast your vote after receiving tokens.
Oh, really? So
I heard that originally. Yeah, I did hear that, Michael.
Your vote will be cast, and when you receive more tokens, then your vote weight will increase.
Oh, okay. I see. Okay, so then okay.
Because there's no reason to update your votes. If
okay.
If you haven't changed your votes, then there's no reason to update it. So that's why the user interface allow that.
Okay. I love the user interface. I think it's great, but there's a few things there which kind of make it a little bit confusing as to whether, certainly on that one, as to whether I voted or not. But I totally get what you're saying. You know, go look on blocks before you see it. But I found this thing here where it says manage candidateship, and then it's got candidate, and it says total votes 3. But I think that means I voted for 3. But it says manage candidateship, candidate, total votes 3. But that's the actual number of votes I've cast.
No, that's the number of votes you've received.
Oh, right, but it wasn't. It doesn't show. It doesn't reflect what I've received. I don't think so. There's probably something going on there. Yeah, no, I've received 2. So
I suppose something like that.
But I love the interface, Michael. I think you guys have done a really cool job on this. I think it's really smooth and nice. But it's obviously there's still a lot of ironing out. But that's why it's on the test net, right?
Yeah, definitely. This is really good as well, getting sort of wide scale acceptance and testing.
Yeah, and feedback. You know, this I love this. I think this has got huge potential. I think get some feedback from everybody. What does everybody else think? I'm loving the interface. Really am.
Yeah, it's very clean. Very clean.
Very clean. Yeah, very smooth interface. And that little blue robot is nice. I tried changing that profile picture.
Yeah, I see a few people have had issues with that. Some people managed to do it, but others haven't.
Yeah, it just needs a URL, right?
Yeah, basically, I'm planning to make it so that you can upload an image as per normal. You don't have to use an external system. But for the moment, unfortunately, you have to use an external hoster, which is where
the LinkedIn image works.
Sorry?
I'm
The
going to use
LinkedIn image works.
I'm going to use Max's image because I can see his URL for that.
So, hey, real quick, has everyone gotten a token? I know, John, you were saying, there was a couple people, Sheldon and Kaka, right?
Yeah. Sheldon's in China, Kaka's in Africa, so it's kind of the time's really difficult.
Okay.
And also it's Sunday, but they've been participating in the background with me all of last week. They were involved.
Okay.
And yesterday they dropped in. And then had to get on and do some other stuff. It went on for a bit of a while. So, and I've got to actually send you their boss over as well. It's all happening. I just wanted to get a token so we could cast the votes. I know it's not important to vote, on this occasion, but it's nice to see it through.
Oh, they did receive the token also.
I think they've got them now. Yeah. Let me check.
So I guess we can maybe just give 1 hour, I guess, because we want to end with the meeting with at least an announcement, right? Maybe that's the final objective for our whole hackathon, which would be great. It's a great accomplishment to go through the entire process, get the custodians voted in, and launch the DAC really. So that'd be exciting. And but we're chatting anyways for about an hour or so. So I think really maybe we can just get through whatever we want to just discuss, and then for about an hour, and then just end on a kind of an announcement. So what do you guys think?
Yeah, an hour's good.
All right. What do you guys think? Any comments? All right. Troy says, Kaka, is that Tujid Kaka from?
Yeah, Tujid Kaka.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, he's just I know I spoke to him earlier. He's jumping off to church or something. So,
yeah, everyone's in different time zones. It's crazy. Like,
yeah,
and
Africa, they have power outages now and then as well, and stuff like that. So.
He's a prince, Troy says. I don't know if that's necessarily. Yeah. So.
Sheldon's he's our developer relations guy. and so he's kind of often tied up doing smart contract work and things, and it can be hard to pull someone away from that sort of thing, because if they've got their head in contracts, it's hard for them to sort of multitask on lots of different things. And he's working on something quite important right now. But he has participated. He's joined in, and he did a presentation for us last week as well. We've also got our anniversary coming up for the anniversary for the launch of the Boss Chain, which is on January 17th. So we're hoping to use some of the content from this in that as well, just as kind of how we started, how we started 2020 and participated in this and stuff. So we've got all that to sort out during the week.
Yeah.
And also we've got updates going on to the Boss Executive Team worker proposal and referendum system. The board account that I've been talking about, that is actually coding began on that back in September, but it's not in place as yet. The elections for the Boss Executive Team are supposed to take place in in January this month, 2020. Those elections are supposed to take place using that Boss board account method. So I've got to kind of chase up how that's getting along and whether that's going to happen in January or not. So this is all very useful as for helping with this kind of.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, great to see and excited to see how that works out. Yeah. So
yeah, the worker proposal system there's I think Michael can probably say a little bit about this. There's ideas for micro grants and also ideas for I think an idea that you brought about, Michael, was the idea for mentorships, which is quite a good idea. I was listening to that in depth. So yeah, a lot of changes coming to that could improve it considerably.
Yeah. So Zishan asked, he's in a UTC +5 time zone, but official voting cutoff. So do we do the end of the hour here, which is maybe? Oh, Martin's coming in too. I don't know if he's voted. So how's it going, Martin? We were just trying to figure out the final deadline for the voting, and so I was thinking the end of this hour might be near the end of our meeting.
That's the deadline at 1700 UTC.
Okay. So if you haven't voted, I know Martin just got in. Yeah, so everybody here, please vote.
Hey guys, I voted, so I'm good.
Great.
I guess.
So, all right, that's cool. So, really, appreciate everyone kind of coming back. What did you guys think of the live stream? I think most of you guys were watching the live stream. There are a few maybe who just hopped in recently, but what we did for the last hour or so is watch a lot of great videos from me, Dwayne, Fred Kruger, and this Reiki from the Seeds Project. I think they were all, a variety of different topics. First couple were on worker proposals, so hopefully that got some ideas going about how, if you're going to be a custodian, how to think about how to run a good worker proposal system. I know Dwayne talked about a validator system, and I think that would be great to have implemented as well, and maybe even a project for the hackathon. And so, what you guys think? Any insights? I know there were a variety of different topics, but anything people want to specifically talk about? Everything good?
I have a question. Wait, I can switch off my camera. Hey guys.
Hey, how's it going?
I have a question. Yesterday, Kai was sharing the folder with the videos. Are they public? Because if I'm writing about the DACathon, I wanted to know if I can share the linked folder so people can watch it. Because on the YouTube stream, it was kind of a problem.
Yeah, we'll upload those on YouTube. Either Kai can do that, or I can do that after the event for sure. And then
okay.
Yeah, we'll probably try to do it individually too, because what we could do is, even in this live stream, we might loop the rest of the videos that we did from yesterday. We might also just loop the whole thing. I don't know, maybe we'll see, but we'll just individually load them up. That's probably the easiest. So
Yeah, cool. And the call, the Zoom call itself, you're recording as well. Is he also cut up, or is he only seeing the live stream?
Yeah, we did it, but it's gonna take like a few days to download that the first day because I think it was 10 gigs, and I think it's probably downloading from the cloud or something, and it's I'm like at 7%, and I don't know, so it's gonna take a while before I get the
yeah, no rush. I just wanted to know. And are you planning to host that on the KROWN YouTube channel, or is there a DACathon YouTube channel?
Yeah, we'll host it on KROWN.
Yeah, I think KROWN is probably the place to do it.
Okay, cool.
Maybe in the future we'll have a different channel, but for now I think KROWN is good.
Oh, that's cool. That's all that I needed to know, so I can push it. Cool.
Yeah, we'll blast it in the Telegram as soon as we upload it for sure. I was something we didn't do that we could do in the next half an hour if you guys are interested is to basically like introduce ourselves as custodians and go around saying why you should vote for us. I think that's a really important thing, especially some of us might want to change our votes. We don't really personally know a lot of each other, and I think it'd be good to kind of introduce what you're willing to offer as a custodian. And anyway, I think we might be able to switch up some votes right now, and for people that we think are gonna see this project off. What do you think of that, June?
Yeah, actually that is true. There has been not really a whole lot of campaigning, so I think that's a good idea for sure. I think totally missed that, and I think that's incredibly important. So it gets people a chance to say things too. So for those that are here, especially if you're running as a custodian.
Chris has a quick question. Yeah, Chris has a quick question though. He said, "Hold on."
Hey, Michael. Question regarding tokens.
Yeah.
Hey, sorry about that. Question regarding the tokens. So I was thinking I needed to burn the undistributed tokens I have, but I can't seem to find a burn contract. Should I just send them back to the multi-sig account?
I mean, there is a burn function. There's a burn method on the.
There is a burn one. Okay.
Yeah,
should I look at that?
I'm pretty sure you can burn your own tokens as well. Let's check.
You could burn your own tokens. Oh wow, that's dangerous.
Yeah, some people said that.
I'm looking for the option to do that.
The method is just burn, and then the parameters are from and quantity, the amount you want to burn. And that will remove it from the supply as well.
Yeah, I'm still struggling to find that. Is that going to be in blocks, or is that going to be in scatter?
I would go to blocks and then go to, if you ping me on Telegram, I can guide you through that.
Okay, thank you.
One question. Okay.
Back to you, June.
Oh, okay. So I guess we just go one by one. Whoever wants to start first, we could. I think everyone shows up in different parts of the Zoom screen. So.
If we just, hey June, what if we just go down the list of custodians or the prospective custodians, like from the DAC factory?
So let me pull it up here.
Quick question about the custodians. So the custodians for the meta deck. What happens after the DACathon to the meta deck? What is the purpose there? And that's basically my question. Because the reason why I didn't register as a candidate is because I wasn't clear. For example, I need to get another call in 40 minutes, so I won't be available for 2 hours. So I didn't want to register because I'm for part of the DACathon not available. So that disqualifies me. So, but still, I want to know what will the MetaDAC do after the DACathon? Will it continue to exist? Is there any purpose?
Yeah. There's. I mean, it's all really up to the community and the custodians to decide. How many events, how many activities they want to do. So really, I think this is a good example. But even if you haven't gone through the whole event and you feel like this is something you want to be a part of and contribute to, I think it's still okay. I think it's worth at least sharing your vision of what you want to see with it. So I would encourage you if you have the time and you feel like you could put and again it's open. This one was specifically for this event, but you could imagine, to me, at the very least, maybe doing a DACathon every year is the minimum I see, and and then beyond that, it could be many events. It could be a weekly series or anything you can imagine. So it really depends on how much activity the community is, demands, and also like what the custodians can also help, I guess, foster. So.
Okay, so it's the MetaDAC is basically just this DACathon is just the beginning of the MetaDAC, and the MetaDAC continues to take its form throughout time. Okay, cool. Thanks.
Yes.
That's all I wanted to know.
Hey, Martin, you could also register as a custodian after, as we go to mainnet, and there's other opportunities there. So I wouldn't think of it, you'll have other.
Yeah, no. Yesterday, I think at 4 a.m. I passed out, so I missed some things and I didn't get the chance to catch up on YouTube. So that was the only thing that I potentially missed. So I just wanted to know what you guys decided and where it's going. But I will review. Cool.
Martin, are you in the Telegram group?
Yeah, I'm in the Telegram group.
Okay.
I
just had a busy day, so just now that I'm kind of catching up.
I'll ping you something during the week for your content, if that's okay. Kai is doing a newsletter as well, so if you've got anything, send it to Kai or Lisa for inclusion in that newsletter.
You mean Jin Kai?
Lisa, it was you. I sent some links for.
Kai Primal. Okay. Kai Primal. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Kai does videos. Lisa does newsletter.
The newsletter, yeah. So there's like after event newsletter and stuff that will go. So if you've got anything, send it over.
Yeah, I got that. I was thinking about a Chinese Kai, so I was distracted. Yeah. All good. Cool. Yeah.
All right. Cool, guys. So I'll go down the list, and Dwayne, feel free to start up. Just an intro and.
Thank you. Dwayne Philippi. I'm with CSX and KROWN. And yeah, I'm excited about DACs. I think as a custodian, I'm looking forward to two things. Working with some of these teams during and after the DACathon to build teams that we can use, building tools that we can use right now in our DAC and in other DACs. And then building a really simple toolkit for businesses that I currently work with to see if they're interested and if the DAC meets their business needs, almost a business planning tool. So I'm excited. I have enough time for this next 3 months to be a good custodian. I am in the agriculture business, so after that, my busy time is in the fall, so I might not renew my custodianship after that. And I know there's been a lot of talk about, DACathon 2, as an annual event. I think it's nice to have a 3-month period. I almost see this being an event that we could have twice, 3 times, or 4 times a year. We have a lot of offers for other groups wanting to hear about DACs, to create DACs. KROWN itself, we have our annual event coming up in Puerto Rico for the week of May 18th to 23rd. and that might just be a perfect time to host, an online but also in-person DACathon. So I'm willing to put in some work and try and lead by example.
All right. Thanks, Dwayne. And any questions from anybody? All right. So Max Cho, is he online? I think he's listed here. Hey, Max Cho, he's listed here. Hello. Well, we could get back to him. So, so I can go real quick. I had too much airtime, so yeah, I'd be happy to help. I have some time to help out. I love DACs, so any way I can help, I'd be happy to. So, I've gotten plenty of airtime, so yeah, I think you guys heard from me enough. So, who's the next one? Chris.
Hey everybody, how are you doing? Can you hear me okay? All right, great. Hi, I'm Chris. I'm known as KROWN Chris in the community. Been participating with DACs for I guess a few months now, something like that. But yeah, DACs interest me because I'm kind of interested in the citizen science scene. And those are kind of like long-term goals to apply DACs and that technology to those communities and get them to work efficiently. Shorter term, I'm interested in projects where looking at voter mechanics, doing analytics, figuring out what kinds of voting systems work better for which communities, and helping communities understand how to construct a DAC. There's going to be different kinds of structures that work better for different communities, and I'd like to help discover what those are. So far, this event has been a very fun one. It's been exciting to get the MetaDAC rolling, and I'm hopeful over the next 3 months I could be a good custodian and make sure that the work proposals go through and that any needs that need to be met actually happen in a prompt manner, and that everybody involved is responsive. So hopefully it's been a fun experience so far, and I hope everybody is looking at this DAC thinking like this is going to be a good thing, and that there's going to be a good group of custodians elected, and we're going to see good stuff happen. So yeah, thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Chris, and thanks for walking through the DAC Factory software for us and doing the technical things. Any questions for Chris? Okay. All right, so let's go. Lisa. You're next.
Hello.
Hey, Lisa.
Okay, I'm Lisa Chandler, and I have a long history. I have a long history of community building back from the days when the word first started being used. I've been involved in a lot of startups with what I'll call the legacy equity model, and have helped make many people wealthy, but have been discouraged to see how many people were not made wealthy or have sustainable income from or livelihood from these startups in the past and others I've seen. I started, thanks to Max Infeld's education, I started EOS North County San Diego meetup and began gathering people who were interested in EOS there. And the KROWN and CSX team graciously came down last September to have a presentation and gathering. And I'm proud to say that's, I believe, where Chris met everyone. Yay, victory. And I have been involved in the KROWN community, thankfully, since very involved in the Telegram groups, which are super fun, especially the KROWN DAC Telegram group, tipping people all the time. And I've done a worker proposal for the newsletter, which just got renewed. So we'll continue doing that for a period of time, and have really enjoyed considering all the opportunities within the DAC structure for more equitable and engaging community value. Now, historically, I've been involved in growth, sales growth, membership growth. I was a membership director several times, as well as traditional private investment fundraising. And I'm very excited now to be able to apply the communications theory and community theory that I've worked very hard to consider over the years to the DAC models and the worker proposals of the future. And I'm very optimistic that we're going to dramatically improve society collectively by doing this. Feel free to ask questions now or later. Thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah, thanks, Lisa. And she's been a great organizer for us and resource for all of the things, our schedule and everything else. And thanks so much for the active kind of support all throughout the event too, Lisa. So any questions for Lisa? Max.
Hey everybody, my name is Max Infeld. I'm with CSX and KROWN Community. I helped launch the KROWN DAC, the first mainnet EOS DAC, as a lot of you know. I'm here to help out in any way I can to get this off the ground. I'm definitely interested in high-level design. Finding ways to integrate this into traditional organizations. Like, how do we get onboard DACs in traditional organizations and offer more equitable experiences for the participants? So that's something I want to focus on in DAC building. I'm here to help out wherever I can. If you like me as a custodian, I will get you into all the cool parties. I will hook you up with free candy. We can eat lots of steaks together. We're just gonna have a lot of fun if you like me. So peace.
All right, thanks, Max. He's one of the original inspirations for this idea, or the conceiver of this idea. So thanks, Max. This is the realization of kind of the thought. So, any questions? Any questions for Max Infeld? All right, so get the next one. Lucas.
Hello, everybody. I'm very new to this blockchain ecosystem. I'm very excited to be part of this, and when I see opportunity like this, I try to engage and try to learn, basically. Learn everything that I can for be part of it. And if you vote for me, I offer free pizza and short meetings.
So you can order online for us, huh, Lucas? Across the country or on the other side of the world. I mean.
Free pizzas for everybody.
So,
if you could actually get me a pizza where I am right now, I might be willing to negotiate.
That could be
There's
a good.
No pizza.
I second that.
So, any questions for Lucas? Yeah, he's also been involved, which is great. Thanks so much, Lucas, for all your kind of organizational help. So.
Yeah, I'm with Costa Rica group, basically. And in Costa Rica, we are working with Flow, it's a Kanban app for connect to the blockchain. And the main thing is then we allow to the people give ideas for the software. It's more for software development. so the people can come and say, hey, we want this, or make issues to the software, and anybody in the community can come and take a card because it look like a Trello. And if they work in that card and they done that job, they can receive something on value from it. Usually the same card will come with the, let's say, the EOS payment or whatever it is available in that card. So that will help the people to have something autonomous to work with and work on. The other project that we have is Live. Live, as far I understand right now, is a university. When we pay you to learn, that is a disruptive way of thinking of this learning process, and we are still pitching how to do the business model on this idea. But so far, the basic idea is we pay people to learn.
Yeah, that's fantastic, Lucas. And yeah, and then Costa Rica has such great representation all throughout the event. So Lucas, Gabo, Laura, I think there's a couple of Justins. And it's amazing to have everyone's participation and support from Costa Rica. All right, thanks, Lucas.
Thanks, everybody.
All right. We got Kai Primo. She there? Kai Primo. So Kai's part of the KROWN team that's been involved with organizing and doing an incredible job with all the promotional videos. They're like just amazing, like that Dwayne did and Luke did to inspire people here, I think, and just all the content. So you see all the interviews, Eve and Fred today and yesterday, Brock, which was like a great opener. So Kai did just such a professional job with that, and a fantastic community and content person. So yeah, Kai's, if anyone wants to also say, since she's not here, so and she's been helping out all throughout, doing an amazing job, just kind of also just sharing and just really helping the community kind of grow closer with just her words, and so it's great to I don't know where Kai is though, so I'm not the best of communicators myself. So anyone else or any questions? Or it's cool. So we got Andrew Bryan. Let's see here. Andrew Bryan is part of Vigor DAC. So maybe we can wait for him, but okay.
Sorry, yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I don't really have anything prepared. So yeah, you're on the spot.
Yeah. Just feel free to just give you a little background and what you hope to see with the MetaDAC, and how you as a custodian you can improve or build on it. So.
Could you read the, do we have the mission statement somewhere one more time? I know it's about education, and I guess it's more like, by example, bringing DACs into the limelight. Maybe that's a good summary of it from what I remember.
Yeah.
So, I think that would be sort of like the crux of what I try to focus on. And if that's the case, I don't know.
I can also read it for you, just because sometimes I forget the details too. So I mean, this is something good for everybody.
Yeah, go ahead, give it a read. That'll be good.
So to promote DACs through community engagement, technology, tools, and strategic design.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So that does fit in with what I was thinking. So yeah, it seems to me it's going to take a diverse set of skills. Again, it's sort of cross-functional. So I would try to just, I don't know, have the community just like try to just be open to different skills, and you're going to need developers and I guess people who are able to communicate if it's an educational thing. Yeah, I would just try to focus on the people, that are in the community to join. And I think it's kind of hard to do that. If there's like cross functionality, and it's the same thing. There's going to be like people in different areas of the globe, so that it's like hard to have the same, like, I don't know, the level of like compensation is different parts of the world is one problem, and like, I don't know, language is another. I think it would be really important to be like really global, really international, and like if you're going to have counterparts that are, I don't know, pick South America and they're mostly Spanish, try somehow to like build out each region in a way that like they can plug in somehow better. Like, I don't know, like I'm not familiar really with running like a national corporation, but you almost get like factions, in different regions of the world, and like it's maybe a bit hard to get each of these regions on the same page. There's got to be some kind of like, I would maybe have the developer part of the project, like just work on the DAC to make it like having groups, and maybe having some kind of way of like a rep from each group being able to participate in like a round table, so that they can sort of like delegate to their region, stuff like this. And then compensation again is very difficult. So I think like I would just try to think of how to measure work. I think you guys are looking at worker proposals. I'm a little sketchy on worker proposals. It seems like a lot of red tape to me, and a lot of wasted effort to try to track exactly what's going on. But on the other hand, if it's a free-for-all, it's really hard to like measure somebody's like contribution to say it's worth something. We're experimenting around on our DAC with like, letting people request their own pay, and then people can observe them and vote for them. If they think they're too expensive, they just won't get votes. But if they think it's commensurate with their contribution, then the voters may select that person. But it's still very difficult. Like if this one grows pretty large, like hundreds of people, like the voters have a hard time looking at 100 of profiles and trying to see who to vote for. So there's got to be some kind of incentive, like for people to measure, like and to cast a vote, like to cast a vote that's like researched, like not just a random vote, a popular vote or something. So yeah, I mean, these are the things I would consider, and yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, I think it's not like we don't have a product to sell. I think advocating for a DAC in this world is going to be,
All right.
It's
thanks a lot,
I
Andrew.
think DACs will replace basically a big portion of what other types of organizations.
Sounds good, Andrew. Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Any questions for Andrew? I mean, a lot of good points about just the global nature of this and being able to improve yeah, the language and also just compensation and things like that. So any questions for Andrew? We probably have we have another 15 minutes, so we should probably try to make sure we get through the last. We have about four left. So thanks, Andrew. Zishan, am I pronouncing it right? Zishan.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
So I'm Zishan, and I'm basically a C++ developer. My previous work was in network security. I work as malware researcher with FireEye, and I'm blockchain enthusiastic. I'm working in blockchain for a year, and I had hands-on experience with smart contracts, EOS, and I'm gonna helping out and just checking out the DACs. Sounds like a really good idea because I had also worked as a freelancer on Freelancer, Upwork, all these different websites. So one of the things which they lack is that transparency. Like they're having a lot of faces and all this stuff. So clients have to pay a rate, and the person who is working on remote jobs have to pay a lot. So one of the things I like in the DAC is the transparency. Everyone has flexibility, like how much he want to work and what task he want to work on. And so I think it's a great idea, and soon a lot of organizations will move towards the DAC because it's emerging thing. And I'm here to support DACathon and DAC-driven community. So I'll put my time and my energies for the betterment of the community.
All right, sounds great, Zishan, and yeah, developer. We need more developers for sure. So let's keep going. Any questions for Zishan, by the way? Okay. You had me at hello, I'm a C++ developer. It's funny. So John Chamberlain.
Hello. So I've registered as custodian and been following the DACathon 2020 for the past week, preparing for the last 2 days presentation. And it's great to see the launch of the DAC, meeting new people that have been working on this over the past week or so. Well, actually, it started before the new year. We all started working on this together, preparing for the past 2 days. And we really stepped that up in the past week to sort of put this together to launch the DAC. And I think with the tool that's being used, the EOS DAC factory has enabled us to actually create a DAC very easily in a very short period of time. The longest part of that, the most exhaustive part, was actually coming to consensus on the variables for the DAC and the human element of the decision making. But we got through that, and the decisions were made, and the DACs launched. And there's a mission statement for the promotion of DACs through community education, technology, and design, which Lisa worded, I believe. Well, actually, there's contributions from everyone, and sort of came up with this mission statement. So I think there's some very good points in there. It's got community, it's got education. I have a background in both of those, education and community. The extensive background in those. I'm also a technologist. I've worked in IT for all my life, and design. I'm familiar with programming languages. I've developed RBM, relational database systems, so I don't do much hands-on development right now. It's more research, but I do, as I understand, quite a broad scope of the technology. And DACs, you know, I was involved with the Ethereum DAO. I was invested in that and sort of was part of all of that sort of community as that was launched and so on, and have been following EOS DAC as that team grew and launched as block producer on EOS, held EOS meetups. Too many to mention on the fly like this. Attended the first EOS Hackathon in Hong Kong. Now joined BossCore, do a lot of research for BossCore, a lot of analysis. That's great. I'm very fortunate to be able to do that because there's such a technology-focused chain and producing some great innovation. So I think that's a great thing for me to be able to work on. I'm very honoured to do that. I won't go over those right now, but I'm happily commit some time to be a custodian for this. So give me your votes. I'm voting for Lisa. I'm voting for Jude. I'm voting for Max. And you know, whether I'm elected or not as a custodian, I'll participate in this and see it through, and you know, help spread the word about, you know, the power of these things, because there's so many applications that these can be used, that DACs could be used for, and I can see the as a tool for organisation and for managing that human element of blockchain, of technology. This is very useful because that the human element is always problematic, and these sort of tools can help with that. So yeah, that's probably as much as I need to say right now. I'm also looking at voting systems. I did a presentation about the Boss Board account, and that's a voting mechanism we're looking at to really bring a fair voting mechanism to the ecosystem for blockchain voting, and we'll be seeing more of that over the coming months, as well as some other things. We're working on Oracle systems, blockchain Oracle, and there is scope for Oracle services and DACs because there's a human element in Oracles as well. So I'll be doing a lot of research in that area, and I see being participating in DACathon 2020 and MetaDAC, of course, as being valuable for further research and study into this technology. So yeah, that's it. Is that enough, June? Is that long enough time?
Yeah. One question. I know Troy has a couple, but maybe stick to one question here since we have about 7 minutes left. So, John, what experiences do you have here with the DAO that you can bring over here? You mentioned a little bit of that, but maybe just summarize.
Yeah,
real quick.
you know, I was involved in the Ethereum DAO, and you know, I kind of followed all that. I've been involved in blockchain since probably around certainly around the BitShares sort of time. When I kind of got involved with Bitcoin, and I've been involved in mining and development of tokenization systems and so on. Really, you know, it's kind of that whole learning process of the technology, because my background started pre-internet in technology, so I've seen that whole internet come, and it was back in the sort of it's not in the 90s. I took a break from IT completely to raise a family. And when I got back into IT, it was cryptocurrencies that caught my attention, sort of got me back into the fray, if you like. So through that, I've been able to sort of learn a lot more about the finance side of things, and I've been involved in various different projects and sort of incubation and mentoring of projects. But I've always had my focus in the technology, and that's kind of where I specialise. So, in terms of what I can bring to DACs, it's really the background information that I have, and in terms of MetaDAC, I think if we look at what it's trying to achieve, there's a large educational side to that as well as the technology side. And one of the things that I started in IT was, when I started in IT, there was this whole sort of transition from manual systems, where people go from manual systems to computerized systems. So there's always this educational element that is involved. So I was part of an education company in the UK, and we used to implement systems, transfer transform legacy systems into computerized systems and do all the education and so on, and that was involved with that. So quite involved in education, my background there. So yeah, and I see DACs, that organizational side, in education, probably a great application as well. So lots of study to be done, lots of further study, lots of further experimentation.
Thanks a lot, John. And thanks for helping organize it last week, and and bringing, doing the presentation, and also bringing Boss community here. So, so we got a couple left here we got to get through, and maybe we'll extend it. We should extend it maybe 5 more minutes just to make sure we cover everybody before like closing out the votes. Let me see. So I could read Andrew Bryan's comment here, but is Arthur here? We got last 2. Arthur. There's no name. I just see Arthur Den 123 is the. Is there any Arthur?
Hey guys.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's Arthur. Okay. Great.
Yeah, that's me.
And real
Hey
quick,
guys,
if we just to FYI, like, can we just extend the voting for maybe until we have, I think, 2 more, and then maybe 5 minutes after that we can just close out the votes. What do you guys think? Okay, thumbs up. Okay, cool. Go ahead, Arthur.
Thanks. Hey guys, Atharva here. So just a bit of background about myself. I come from IT business background. I'm pretty new to the blockchain and cryptocurrency domain, like some of us. I just want to go all in, you cannot just focus on one aspect of blockchain is what I have learned in the last few months that I've been dealing in this space. And also I can see that we have got people from diverse backgrounds. Some of them are from IT, some of them are from design. What I bring to the table is my ability to manage the team or the stakeholders involved in the project. So sometimes it happens that there are issues or problems with one department communicating with the other department, so the IT not able to understand the business aspect, or the core team not able to understand the consumer's problems. So that's where I come into the picture, and then able to focus on all aspects, whether it's internal, external, technology, business, any other things as well. And as a custodian, I'm confident that I'll be able to bring in fair governance to the system as well, and just keep on improving as the time progresses. And pretty quickly we'll be launching our own DAC as well, the Ithaca DAC. So yeah, maybe the experience which I gained from here can be used over there, and vice versa as well. So like our learnings and findings from that DAC or that DAO can be implemented here as well. And yeah, like the mission statement states, let's everyone grow together. That's on my side. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Artharva. And any questions for him? Just an FYI too, it's Ithaca is for the cannabis business, right? Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so yeah, you definitely connect with the KROWN guys. I mean, there's definitely some potential there. So Dwayne's raising his hands there, so definitely be good for you guys.
Yeah, exactly, and that's one of the reasons why we decided to participate in the event as well. Like just connect with the like-minded people and just make the most of the opportunity and grow together. Yeah.
Sounds good. Thanks. All right, so we got our last one, Sup Block Tree. And I think it's Josie, but maybe I remember chatting with her a little bit, and I don't know, she was a little, she wants to say something in Spanish, so do we have a Spanish translator? I think Lucas, maybe Lucas can translate.
Yes, I can help.
All right, if that's okay, yeah, Lucas. So feel free, Subblock Tree. I think it's Josie. Oh, maybe, okay. Oh.
Bueno,
Hola, ¿cómo
esa es la
estás?
traducción.
Oh, okay.
Bien.
Jose, I'm sorry.
La verdad estoy muy alegre de poder haber participado en el primer DACathon 2020. La verdad al principio tenía algo de miedo en participar debido a mi barrera comunicacional, pero bueno, gracias al apoyo de todos y la comunidad pude sentirme en confianza de poder estar presente, pues. Muchas gracias a Juan Dan, y que me ayudó a terminar de animarme a participar, y a Kiprim y a Max por su excelente trabajo de promoción en el evento, y a todos los presentes por su aporte. Sé que juntos podremos lograr una verdadera DAC adoption a todo nivel, y de ello no tengo dudas. Sigamos trabajando juntos como comunidad, y estoy seguro que no habrá nada que nos detenga para lograr nuestros objetivos.
Excelente, muchísimas gracias. Contanos un poco de dónde venís y a qué te dedicas, en qué equipos estás.
Bueno, ahorita formo parte, comencé uniéndome en EOSDAC, luego surgió el proyecto, pude conocer a Andrew, y me uní al proyecto de Vigor desde sus inicios. De verdad ha sido toda una travesía, porque se han unido, o sea, es una de las primeras DAC que han tenido demasiada participación de distintas lenguas. Tenemos alrededor de más de 7 diferentes lenguajes, de hecho.
Ah, qué bonito, qué bonito. Sí, eso es algo importante en este tema, que hemos logrado unir personas de muchas regiones del planeta para trabajar juntos.
Sí, bueno, uno de los problemas que veo principal en el DAC, en parte del lenguaje, es que, por lo menos en la toma de decisiones de gobernancia, algo que Andrew había comentado, es que es muy difícil que todos, aparte del habla inglesa, puedan expresarse de forma correcta en lo que la visión que ellos tienen, pues. Ese es por lo menos el principal inconveniente que veo, pero nada, o sea, hay que seguir trabajando y aprendiendo todos los días, pues.
All right.
Excelente, muchísimas gracias.
Thanks
Go
so
ahead,
much.
John.
Yeah, so Lucas, feel free to translate, maybe in English, and I know there's something in the chat window too. Maybe you could paraphrase anything you feel, or maybe just read the chat. I mean, it'd be interesting to learn what you were talking about, I guess.
Yeah, he was talking about he's working with Vigor. Then one of the things that he like about Vigor is that they have up to 7 different language people speaking in their group. So this is wonderful, because this blockchain allow people from different part of the world to engage, but there still is some problems on how to the governance of the DACs to allow the people to participate and a way to express what they think, how the things should work, and that's something that we should be working on, how to improve governance to allow everybody to participate.
All right, sounds great. So, yeah, and then yeah, that's fantastic. And so, yeah, and it's great to see. I know Subblocktree is from Venezuela, which is really struggling kind of financially, and so having huge hyperinflation. So, and it's great, Spanish speaking, but he's afraid to participate because of the communication barrier, but still was active listening to us. Probably difficult to follow a lot of the terminology we were using. But just stuck with it, and just all throughout the event, I know he was here, so he felt the confidence to go out here and be a candidate even for this. So I think we need more people from these places that need our technology the most, right? Venezuela, and so a lot, Max Kai with promoting the event, and yeah, I think it's great. So he wants to say, let's continue working together as a community. There would be no one to stop us to achieve our goals. So I think that's something great to end with, really. Really, thanks for everybody for, being a candidate, a custodial candidate with, the responsibility to to take what we all together started and continue it on. And as this custodial position is ongoing. So every 3 months, if you guys stick around, there's going to be some opportunities for people to kind of learn and stay engaged, and then also be custodians in the future as well. So this is an ongoing thing. I think we need everyone's kind of continued activity in this to make this much bigger than I think we expected coming into it. So so the voting, I would assume. Let me make sure I get there's any comments. Translation much needed. I assume that if someone does not get the custodian, they can still be able to trade their skills via worker proposals. Correct? And Lisa says yes. So yes, you can still. There will be a lot of opportunities with worker proposals, and we'll talk about, I think, just what we can, at least for this event. We probably want to finish the last part of the hackathon eventually, where we submit projects and worker proposals, and distribute some prize money that we have allocated or that have been contributed for that purpose. So really appreciate it, guys. Thanks so much. And let me see. So maybe 5 more minutes, I assume, from now, since everyone's kind of gotten something to say. And if there's anything else, I know John, you raised your hand for a little bit. But anybody else? That final kind of.
No, it's okay. I was waiting for somebody else actually, but Kaka's joined. That's what I was just saying.
Great, welcome, Kaka.
Kaka's Prince Tajutsu Kaka from Africa has joined. He can't say hello because he's in a noisy place. But he'll be participating, and we've got a 3-month window here to create some great. And we Boss Corp is going to support as much as we can, because we think what you guys are doing is great. And we're not all about technology. There's a large community element in Boss Corp, and we'll bring that to the table and help support the DAC. Okay, so the Meta DAC. So great stuff. Thanks, guys, for welcoming us and the participation.
Okay. So there's thanks, Kaka. He's from Africa. Great. So I know I missed Andrew Bryan. I was supposed to say that. So this is interesting too. I mean, maybe any final words as a custodian? This is like the last 5 minutes to vote. Like, we got 5 minutes, but we need a deadline here. But any last comments for those that want to make a final pitch? Andrew Bryan says something interesting. He says, I'm opposed to worker proposals. In my view, worker proposals is like outsourcing. For me, it is too much like slave master. I'm interested in freeing up people to create as they go. I'm more interested in upstarters that want to have the feeling of endowment and ownership, not treating this as a job or a paycheck. Very interesting thoughts. So, I mean, that's something to consider. We take for granted some of the systems just because it's there, but I think it's about like really understanding how effective these systems are. So we have to kind of really do some gut checks every once in a while. So thanks for kind of that kind of contrary opinion, or not contrary, but just kind of against the grain opinion here. So any final last words, and then like we need a deadline, right? So I mean, we've been extending it. I think we have enough time, but let's just say any final parting shots, and then we'll take 5 minutes, and then we'll just close out voting. What happens in a tie? Oh, that's fascinating. So, Michael, are you still there?
Yeah, I knew someone would ask this.
Okay.
Yeah, it's undefined.
Okay.
I think it's ordered by alphabetical order then.
Oh, wow. That is fascinating. So, okay, someone's going to be changing their, they can't change their name then, their account name, right?
No.
Okay. So let's try to break the tie if there is one. If you guys haven't voted, let's do this in the last. And so we have 5 minutes. Let's say do a countdown.
At the moment, there is no ties, so don't vote. Just
okay. Well, yeah, no, just vote. No, I guess just don't worry about the tie for now. Just vote your conscience, and we got, and then 5 minutes. Is that cool, everybody? Is there any objections with 5 minutes from now?
Has it reached the activation threshold?
I think so. Okay. Cool.
Well, we changed the periods time back down to 1 hour, and then call new period again, which will re-elect anyone who's not in the top. Yeah, so I see June would be elected.
Well, we'll see, but let's see so.
Yeah.
5 minutes, final countdown. Is that cool, everybody? No objections? Okay.
All right, I'm going to burn those remaining tokens so that I can get my votes in now.
Okay, so 5 minutes. You got 5 minutes, Chris. So starting now. So we got 5 minutes, guys. Countdown.
While we're doing that, we should be doing the MSIG for changing the period length.
Period length, but can Chris do that afterwards?
Anyone who's a custodian actually can do it now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we voted on that yesterday, so this will have to go in as a proposal for the custodians.
Yeah, so they'll need to approve the reduction of the period length. Yeah, anyone who's a custodian now can go to custodian tools and then manage DAC configuration, and it's on the first page.
And Lisa, we're at final minutes of voting, but Lisa says, I highly recommend another vote for Maxi. He knows more than most people about how to administer these systems. #advocacy. So we got about 3 minutes and 11 seconds. So, I missed the thing about, how do we do this? So, Michael, you wanted us to do something about a multisig?
Not you, you're not a custodian.
Okay. Oh, you're talking about the current custodians, okay.
Yeah, anyone who's currently elected as a custodian can propose the change.
Okay.
Could you do a screen share of the DAC factory interface and this last part of so we can see the custodian candidates and the votes and stuff?
Who wants to do
someone who's a custodian do it, because they can show the most.
Okay.
detail.
Yeah.
So if you're a current custodian and you don't mind, I guess, people seeing votes, feel free to share. If you're a current,
it'd be nice to see this. We saw it yesterday, and it was a very clean interface. Make a change the screen, the video.
I think Max and Chris and them.
Hey, Michael, can I change? Is it acceptable to change a period to 10 minutes?
Yeah, I would change it to 1 hour though, because I've got an automated system which will continuously pull new claim. So if we allow 1 hour, then that gives us chance to change it back to 90 days, so it doesn't continuously change the candidate, the custodians.
I need more RAM. One moment, please.
Yeah, we'll wait for them.
Actually, it's very expensive on Jungle. Which account are you? Maxi?
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, I'll just buy you some now because it's yes.
Awesome.
Eric,
I'll get you back.
Eric decided to buy all the RAM on on Jungle, so it's really expensive now. Right.
Yeah, and so I guess also it'd be good to know what people like. We did this yesterday, but I'm always curious what people are thinking about projects, what they hope to accomplish, and maybe it's just form some teams here, or maybe get a list of projects that people want to work on, at least, and know who wants to work on that, so we could. We got our timer that just went off, so I guess that's official. So we have to close the voting right now. I should have done a countdown. Sorry about that. So our time is up.
So all the custodians need to go to view proposals. And then wait for Max to propose it.
It's proposed, and you guys can vote on it.
Cool.
So how do you
So click on the magnifying glass under the proposal, and you can see the change that I made. Period length is 3,600 seconds. It's under custodian tools, vote proposals.
So let's see. Who's supposed to be doing this, I guess?
All the elected custodians at the moment.
So do we have an official? Is this kind of like officially the voting is completed?
Once this is approved and executed, then yeah.
Okay.
Then somebody can call new period, which will put the new custodians in.
So so can we announce the winners? Like who knows the winners, I guess, or the custodians?
When we run the new period, we'll see who is elected.
Okay. So I guess the current custodians are Andrew, Dwayne, Chris, Lisa, Lucas, Max, 2234, Maxi. So I guess those are the ones that are supposed to do the multi-sig?
Yeah.
Okay.
We got 3 approvals so far. We need 5.
Okay. So yeah, it's cool to see the multi-sig process for those that aren't familiar with it. I haven't really done multi-sig before. So the idea of, you need a certain amount to sign out of the total number that can sign. So it's, in this case, it's 7 custodians right now. And to make any changes for this, it's how many have to sign, did you say, Michael?
This is 5 needed.
So 5 out of 7. So it gets proposed.
5.
Yeah. So
you can make exceptions to the 5 rule, put it that way. So in EOS DAC, we make an exception to the high rule to say transfers only need 9 instead of 10. Which just means that we can do the day-to-day business a little bit quicker.
Okay. You're saying out of your 12 custodians, instead of 10, you just need 9.
Yeah.
Which is
and if you publish a blog post as part of on behalf of your DAC, then it only needs 7. So that's something that we think doesn't need as much approval. Okay. So you can kind of tweak what needs what eventually. Not quite there yet, but that's the plan.
Okay. So. Can
you do a screen share?
So I think we could do a screen share of like any of the current custodians, maybe just to see the multi-sig process. If someone wants to share. Like,
I think it's executed already, so okay. Somebody should be able to run new period, which I'll do right now.
It looks like someone executed it.
Yeah, I see something in the blockchain, but I do not understand yet.
Yes, if someone can share like either a block explorer or like that's always good to kind of see this for everybody. Any of the custodians doing like multi-sig, if there's no issue with like maybe showing keys or anything like that, but usually it's pretty like nothing's visible, I think, in terms of signing.
Right, so that was successful, and the new custodians have been elected, which is DAC Collective, EOS Ignite June, Crowned Chris, Lisa Chandler, Max234, Maxi, and Primo Test 333.
All
so
right.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, everybody. Yeah, excited. So we have, Dwayne, me, Lisa, Max, Infeld, and Max Tro, and Chris, and Kai. Congratulations, everybody! Yeah, we have custodians now.
All right, let's print some more money.
Yeah, so that's fantastic. Yeah, we appreciate all your support, I'm sure, and well, I'm not gonna speak for, but yeah, I mean, I appreciate all your support, and think of it as a responsibility to keep this going and keep everyone engaged, and anybody who wants to, just reach out to us and reach out to me, and I'll be happy to kind of listen and try to kind of, using your input, kind of make the best decisions possible. So, anybody else? So we got Dwayne. Dwayne, anything you want to say? Congratulations, I guess.
I have a question for Michael. Would it be good to, if we wanted to make more tokens, to do that now, or to wait till we get to mainnet to make more tokens and allocate some pots of other tokens for projects, etc.?
I think I'd wait for mainnet now. I think the purpose of this is to elect the custodians, and those are the people who are going to decide the rules and take things forward for the next few months, and then I think that's it really. We'll look now towards moving to mainnet.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. Yeah, I didn't realize that we could do this so early to an the official, like, or at least the biggest EOSIO chain right now. That would be fantastic. We should ask, I mean, like, I don't know what the timeline of that is too, because I guess...
that makes two of us at least.
What was that?
I said it makes two of us at least.
Okay, so we don't know, so that may be... but, what we could do is probably figure out a way to do at least the... give people ideas about the worker proposals and projects and maybe some of the rules and things, even before we launch mainnet, so it's okay. So, all right, Dwayne, I guess if you want to say something, we'll just go one by one.
And just really quick, hey Michael, should we switch back the period to the 90 days?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, I'll submit that proposal.
Also, I noticed that the high threshold is now 6 instead of 5. So while you're there, can you just double check that still says 5? Yeah, I noticed that the configuration which was approved said the threshold for high was 6, and then 5, and then 4. So I don't know how that happened, but it's kind of immaterial at the moment. But you might want to change those back when you change the.
And just confirming, it should be 543, correct?
543, yeah.
Cool. I've submitted the proposal so everyone can approve it. Whoever executes it, I'll give him 1,000 crown.
That's 4 approvals, needs 2 more.
Hey, June, did you approve it yet?
I'm actually just trying to log back in here. Sorry. It'd be nice to, but if someone beats me to it, that's cool. Unless you really, need
Either
me.
you or Kyle.
Okay, so, I could share my screen, I guess? What do you guys think? Because I haven't done this before, so this is my client. I'm gonna go to custodial tools, right? Then vote proposals, is that right?
Yeah.
And this is, the proposal that was issued by the previous custodians to update the period length, right?
That's the current one to change it back. So if you click on that,
okay,
and then at the bottom there should be approved.
Okay, just click that.
Click it. And then just approve it and scatter.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
So...
can you open up your developer tools?
Developer tools?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then console. Yeah. Transaction error malicious. Oh, have you turned off your firewall?
Oh yeah, I've never done that. No, I think yeah.
In your scatter firewall.
So should I share my scatter, I guess? Or it's okay, I guess.
Have a go. It's under, I think, is it firewall or advanced?
Should I show
Setting.
this?
If you go to settings and then firewall.
Okay. Settings. I'm going to settings on scatter and then firewall. Okay.
Yeah. You'll have to enter your password.
I'm entering my password for scatter. Okay.
And then just make sure that EOSIO MSIG isn't in there at the bottom right.
Okay, so there's just, bottom right, it's all the way down. It says EOSIO MSIG, and then it says approve, and then I should remove that?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Yeah, this goes for anyone who's a custodian. You have to do this or you won't be able to approve anything. It's a security feature in Scatter, but unfortunately.
Now,
need that.
I removed it. So is there anything, do I have to save it or just does that automatically update?
So if you try again to approve the proposal, it should work.
Okay, so you guys can see I'm going to try again after doing that on Scatter. I'm approving it on Scatter or signing the transaction. Yay! Transaction is successful. Go to the Explorer.
You need one more.
Oh, okay. Okay. So I think that's anything else that I should show, I guess, or is that?
No, that's it. One tip.
Hi, are you around? Max Joe.
Someone has to probably ping them.
I mean, it's not vital right now. Okay. We have an hour to approve it and execute it. So I think it's just Max and Kai left.
Okay.
So whenever is fine.
Okay. So, but this is one of the things, you know, I guess coordinating a multi-sig is always kind of...
yeah. I plan to have some notification tools like Telegram bots and those kind of things to notify you when proposals are due.
Yeah, it's nighttime in Korea, so we'll see. He's maybe sleeping or likely sleeping. So what should I just say? When he wakes up, I guess.
Yeah, or Kai. Is Kai around?
So if someone could, I was texting Max here, but I was going to text Kai next. But maybe each of us who is in contact with, you know, okay. So Lisa texted Kai, so.
This is actually how it works in real life now. Just texting people, pinging them to approve things.
Yeah, and I think John Heater's here. He was talking about a notification system, and I know KROWN, Dwayne, was talking about notification systems. So.
Yeah, I have one for Discord actually at the moment, but I haven't had time to test it out properly. But it's definitely possible to write a Telegram bot now, and it'd be very useful, I think.
That's cool. We should talk. We're working on a mobile app so that you get notifications on your mobile phone and you get to approve or you get to vote there. I think maybe we can, if you're working on like on the back end.
Yeah, I've got a WebSocket which just out notifications of various events that happen in the DAC. So yeah, I think that'd be useful.
Yeah, we should talk. This is what we're using. We're building both a reusable boilerplate with everything you need to get the mobile app with secure key encryption. It's a white label, so we're building first the boilerplate and then the identification tool using it.
Cool. Yeah, ping me when this is over, and we'll definitely talk about that.
Oh, since we've elected a board of custodians, yeah, how do you guys want to handle the next part of the DACathon? Yeah, any thoughts? I guess we could start planning out something, like set up a next meeting for that or something. We don't have to do that today, but maybe next weekend sometime, or anyway.
Yeah. And, you know, there's different ways to do the meetings too. I mean, we could have it, we could have open meetings if people want that, where, you know, people are just at least observing and contributing ideas, and then, you know, we're the ones kind of taking input and just voting and discussing amongst ourselves. But I mean, there's different ways. It's probably more efficient just to set up a meeting kind of between the custodians, but I don't know what people want, or how people want to proceed, you know.
Should we just continue that in Telegram?
Yeah, we could.
And then, yeah, I have another question for Michael. What's the process for moving from the testnet to the mainnet? Is that a fairly involved process, or I guess I'm wondering, like, what are your thoughts on that?
The easiest way is to just make it pretty much manual, where we just reissue the tokens to the mainnet addresses and kind of trust that people are just going to vote the same way, and then we'll unlock the DAC again. Yeah, I mean, cross-chain migration of DACs is pretty new stuff, so I wouldn't want to attempt to do anything crazy. So yeah, it's just going to be a case of taking a snapshot on Jungle and then loading those tokens into mainnet. We'll have a Genesis custodian in the same way, which probably, to be honest, will be me. Because I think for the first test on mainnet, I want to be in control of the account so I can see what happens. But then I'll do the same thing pretty much as I did for the testnet. Except I guess the number of tokens may be different.
Okay.
I think that's the best way forward.
Awesome.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks so much for all the help, Michael. It's really, yeah. Yeah, just to have all the support all the way throughout the event too, just made this just a whole lot easier. And yeah, we'd have probably been stuck somewhere many times.
Yeah,
So
it's definitely good to do a good test with what we like to call real people.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been very helpful, I think, for everyone.
Yeah, thanks so much, Michael. Yeah, I really appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, this could take, if we were doing it on our own, like, days to figure something out, or even weeks, right? So just to have it all kind of cleared up. So
yeah, and it's good. I mean, we haven't done it the easiest way, but it's good to point out the things that people actually need in their workflows, because that's what I'm looking at changing now. It's like, at the moment, basically everything that we tried to do is more or less a custom workflow. Like changing the time for the new period is not something most DACs are going to ever do, or they're not going to do very often. And also issuing new tokens, we can make that a little bit more seamless, because I think that's what a lot of people want. They're going to want to probably pay workers in those tokens. MetaDAC definitely will want to do that. So
yeah,
yeah.
Michael, I noticed a really powerful feature that I saw in this iteration of EOSDAC, the delegations. I was wondering if you could talk about that and let everyone know about what that does, because it's incredible. I think it's an incredible enhancement to the EOSDAC work proposal system.
Yeah, so when you vote in the worker proposal system, it's different to when you're voting on the multi-sigs. So we have a little bit more control, and we have the delegate system, which means that each worker proposal has its own category, and therefore if you as a custodian believe that another custodian actually knows more about that particular category than you can delegate your votes to that custodian. And what that means is that you can create these kind of ad hoc departments. So you may have 12 custodians, but 3 of them are working on tech and they receive all the delegated votes from the other custodians. So therefore, between the 3 of them, they can approve work proposals themselves. So it's just like it's a simple system, but when you add it together, it just adds up to creating these kind of de facto groups within the DAC.
Yeah,
but it's all by it's voluntary. You know, you don't have to. This person isn't deemed to be part of the technology group until you say that you believe they are. So I quite like that side of it.
Yeah, excited to test that out. And
although all this stuff is very highly beta, I would say it's probably alpha at the moment. So it's good to get feedback on it because it's definitely a feature that we want. It's definitely a feature that everybody is talking about. So I want to get it right because it's got quite a complex escrow system which works behind it, which means that as soon as the DAC approves a proposal, the funds are transferred from the DAC account into an escrow account, which neither party has control of. And Dwayne was talking about the validators, and that's definitely something we need because each worker proposal specifies an arbitrator who, in the event of a tie, can release the escrow funds. So when you agree the worker proposal, you all know who that account is going to be. So there has to be trust from both parties that they're going to act honestly if there's a dispute.
Okay.
So yeah, a lot of that system hasn't been tested yet, and we won't be using that on Jungle Network anyway because there's no real tokens there. But yeah, it's definitely what we're looking at now.
Yeah, excited. Look forward to it. Thanks so much, Michael, for all the hard work. I mean, just to develop all of these, it's just incredible work. A deep level of knowledge of blockchain, and it's we need more developers to help out. So hopefully, Zishan here and those developers here and Lucas and others. I think to be able to do this kind of work is incredibly
I hope anyone
impressive.
will be able to kind of build and customize to a certain extent their DAC, and therefore we get all these different permutations of DACs, and we get to see what works and what doesn't work. Somebody said earlier that it depends on the DAC, it depends on the community as to what kind of voting system works best, and I think we've seen that with chains as well. They're all developing their own unique systems and they work well for that particular community. You can't necessarily transpose one onto the other and hope it will work in the same way.
Yeah.
Because some systems are combative, like the EOS mainnet, for example, is openly hostile environment, whereas something like Lynx or Warbly, very, very safe areas to be in, because they don't allow people to install contracts. They've got very tight control over who's even allowed an account in the network. Different chains, different environments need customizations.
Yeah, and I think it'd be just great for more and more people because there's so many chains now, and then we want to build different variations of these DACs to have people understanding this technology. So the more we can. More people we can get, because I think we're in limited supply really of people who can work on these EOSIO technologies. So if you guys are interested as a developer, we need just it'd be fantastic for you guys to kind of engage. So
user interface and path design, dare I say. They're all very, very important as well. You can't operate in a bubble in the tech sphere, so you have to kind of. There's a lot of talk between the departments, many departments involved.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a bit of everything, really.
True. And so yeah, so designers, product, UX, UI, definitely just everybody, like everybody, and every skill too, actually. But at least as far as the in terms of just the technology, it's good to get more people involved as well. So so I think Troy has mentioned a few things on the chat. He's saying thanks for building the EOS DAC factory software. It's curious who started this project, this meta DAC. I mean, it was just a lot of people here who've organized. It's actually inception of a KROWN worker proposal. So yeah, that's kind of the beginning. He says that there's a lot of overlap of meta DAC, KROWN, and EOS DAC. Similar or same agenda, but I think a little different. I mean, EOS DAC is focused on building out the base layer infrastructure, but promoting the idea and being pioneers of that. I think meta DAC complement that with more application of those DACs using EOS DAC software just to be more of, let's say we're more of the education side. That's our mission. And but there is some overlap. I think it's great. I think we can find, where, as time goes by, like where our focus is as different organizations. And, and KROWN has, I don't know if, Dwayne, you want to speak to KROWN, how there's probably a lot of overlap, but it's not specifically about just DACs, and it's, even though that's a big part of it, but you can address that part, like how KROWN differentiates as well.
Yeah, I want to say first, thank you very much, Michael. This was incredible. I guess for KROWN, trying to drive participation, trying to do an experiment to see what works for feedback, and developing some feedback tools. I was going to suggest that we had 13 candidates, and we just got 7 elected to MetaDAC. And we all agreed on the parameters that took all day yesterday to spin up that DAC. And I feel there's a need for the validator DAC that would coexist with this sort of DAC. So I wondered how fast, if we can actually spin up a second DAC now with all the same parameters, and the 6 candidates that didn't get voted in would be part of this second DAC. We're all willing to be a candidate. We might need, one more person, to have 7, and to actually have a whole DAC that could be an experiment to be that third party, validator, for worker proposals. It's just me thinking on a fly, but we might, because we've all been through the same process, and with Michael here. Michael, you up for spinning up another DAC?
Well, I think that's a good idea, and maybe a summary, Dwayne, of just the there was Dwayne's video. For those that haven't seen it, there's a short video that he did on the idea of a validator DAC, and so check that out. And Dwayne, maybe a kind of a short description of your idea there, and just so that people know what it is here. And check out the YouTube video. I mean, we'll have that up on the YouTube channel, KROWN YouTube channel. So it's DAX all the way down. So Dwayne, I don't know if Dwayne heard me, but
yeah, I did for sure. So Michael, what was the term? I say see under, we were talking about delegating votes, but not the term I'm looking for is I guess I can just use a validator, but if we get into bigger worker proposals, almost a separate group that would validate that the worker proposal meets its milestones, and that would be almost a third party between us.
On BOSS, Max, on BOSS, we have auditors that have that kind of role for checking milestones. When you probably saw on that flow chart I sent, there's auditors. I'll drop the link for that in the group so people can see.
Yeah, so almost an auditor. It would be, I see in the future that it would be a really big growth area for DACs, where the less technical, less, this is a pretty tight community, and we all contribute on a lot of different groups. I see a whole new wave of bringing in people to validate these projects, where they would almost have to be separate from the project, separate from the, say, in this case, the DAC, or the group that's building tools right now that's looking for a worker proposal, to validate and gain reputation for themselves individually, maybe for this validator DAC, to act as an impartial third party to make sure that to try and alleviate that gamification, and to watch the milestones. Like, some of these proposals could be for months and months. There could be huge milestones that could represent a lot of money. So in a lot of our systems right now, the custodians aren't paid and don't have that much time to walk through all those steps of project development and seeing if these projects are being developed. You might not need to be an expert in the tech, but just more in project development. Kind of alleviates brings in another third party, the middleman, and the current middleman that hold that role would be, say, accountants and lawyers, and yeah, I just see there, it'd be I'm not sure if it's exactly needed right now. I just know that, we have the means and it doesn't necessarily have to be a DAC. That could be just any other organization. So I guess maybe it would be a planning tool. Does that actually need to be a DAC? I see it as a DAC because you'd have to have some skin in the game. You'd want these reputable people to maybe slowly paid out so they couldn't be bribed and just take their pay and leave. Maybe there'd be many of these different validator DACs, so there'd be some competition. So the whole validator DAC, their reputation would be, in competition to another one that would have, reputation. So we could choose who these, who is your third party that's going to validate these proposals. So there's, I can almost see as many DACs as there's built. You'd almost need as many as these validator groups.
Yeah, I think, thanks for that. I think it's a great idea for sure. Yeah, maybe it's, definitely something we should discuss and propose. And if anybody else has any ideas about or wants to be one of the validators, I think that'd be fantastic. It's a great, it's just an important activity. So, all right. So, any quick words, I guess. Congrats to everybody again. If anyone wants to say a few words, Dwayne, I know you spoke a little bit already, but is there anything else you want to say? And what does everyone want to do? So, I mean, I assume that we as the custodians are now have the responsibility for the rules and the prizes, and so I'm sure we'll get together and talk about that, and whether if people want to participate in that, that's an option. But so what else does what does everyone want to do for this meeting as well? So because we're probably going to wrap up here in not too long for now, maybe another half hour, but maybe have some few words from everybody who has been elected. congrats again. So, is that fine? I guess start with that. So,
Max, are you setting up the Telegram group?
I haven't yet, but that's on the agenda for sure. And I'll set up one with all the custodians in there, and then group so everyone can hop in and follow the discussion. I'm assuming as custodians, you guys are okay with the open policy for discussion, transparent.
I'm fine with it. I think it's cool to have that extra input, but I mean it really depends. We don't all have to do so. That's the other thing. I mean, you got everyone. Part of it is like delegation and just everyone's kind of busy and doing their own thing, right? So it's it's fun if you guys want to learn, and I think we can open it up so that people can learn. But then on the other side, it's I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I think it's okay as long as the other thing is sometimes it's efficient to do things, and so I think there's pros and cons about that. But maybe it's as long as maybe it's if people are just auditing and observing, we had a lot of people who are potentially just going to observe anyways, and that's cool. And I think it's more about the learning, right? I don't know. And the other thing too is there's a number of us have kind of been more vocal, so it's okay. I mean, it doesn't seem when people have suggestions, we can see the chat, and it's really good input. So I like it. So you get input from people either through video or even in the chat, these Zoom calls, and even in a big group. I don't know. It seems good. This group has been really good. Where, I mean, it hasn't been too much. I guess it hasn't been too difficult to manage. I guess in terms of discussions, it's been pretty good. Especially when we have 20 plus 30, 40 people, and it's really hard to I guess organize and manage through a lot of people. Anyways, I had some sleep, but maybe not enough.
Support for that. I support that as well. If there's ever a case where it would require a custodian-only conversation, we could discuss that publicly and why, and call for that perhaps as a vote as well. Yeah. If there was a life or death situation or something, God forbid. Otherwise, I think it's great. We can invite experts in as well to talk about issues. I think that would be very valuable.
Yeah. All right. That's cool. Yeah. This openness, I think, is great, and I think we could use it more. And I think if governments used it, I think that would build a lot more trust and just transparency. And that's what the blockchain's about, right? Really, this transparent way of interacting with everybody, just to get everyone's input and have be an open book for people to see exactly how things work. And then also, they can create their own organizations, and I'm just we're all about education, so this whole process can be education.
Exactly.
So.
Right. It's in support of the mission to share and promote.
Yeah. So
nothing like real life experience.
Absolutely. So yeah, Lisa, maybe we'll start with you. Any kind of congratulations? You're a custodian. A lot of responsibility now, Lisa, on your shoulders.
Thank you. I'm a little nervous. Okay, what? Now the ideas are flying through my mind. I'm okay, let's organize. First of all, where are the ideas going to go, right? So I think I'll keep a document for my thoughts and notes and try and organize them a bit and then share them in the Telegram group or possibly ask others as well. But if that's agreeable with everyone, and then we can weigh in on those things. It's nice because the reply in Telegram allows you to respond to a particular post as opposed to Zoom chat. And we'll be able to look back and search and so forth. So I think that's a good start. We can see where we want to go from there, but ready to serve. Thank you all for your support.
Yeah. All right. Thanks so much, Lisa. Yeah, it'll be a continuation of what we were doing, kind of a lot of like for before the event too. So I mean, yeah, it's really you've been incredible help and resource and for organizing all of this. So so who else do we have?
Thanks so much for dragging me in too. I mean, inviting me in.
All right, we got the.
Appreciate it.
Sounds good. We have the three guys over there at the war room. Max, Dwayne, and Chris. Chris, you want to say? Yeah, Chris.
How's it going? Thanks for your support. I'm excited to be given the opportunity to have some leadership in this community. I think it's very aligned with some of my personal goals and projects, and I'm hopeful to just see it work well for everybody and just really support DACs and progress them, the technology, and make them a good thing for everybody.
All right, thanks a lot, Chris. Yeah, look forward to having you take that leadership role, and I think a lot.
By the way, I don't know if it's on the video. We have to post it. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Lisa.
No, sorry, I didn't. My internet's slow, so I didn't realize you were still speaking. So my apologies. Please continue.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. No, I was just gonna quickly just say, yeah, it's great to just we had a lot of people who registered to be custodians, and I like that because the more people that want to take leadership roles, that's what we need. A lot more leaders, right? And we have decentralization, and that's what it's all about. Like getting a lot more people that are kind of taking responsibility and not only for themselves, but just larger groups to help out, because that helps everybody. Like delegating is actually a good thing, because you don't want to do everything, right? Like I don't want to I would rather delegate for a particular thing that I want to see in this world, right? Rather than have to do all of these things. So the more leaders that we have that are are doing things that bring value, that's fantastic. So, and I think like Dwayne said, there's going to be a lot of potential leadership positions. Let's say the validator DAC, that's going to take some people to take the lead on that. And there's just so many other areas that we need help with. So go ahead, Lisa. Sorry.
No problem. I was going to say, I'm not sure if the video from San Diego has the portion with Chris in it, but Kai interviewed Chris when he had just learned about EOS like a few days before, and it's an incredible video, and he's so enthusiastic as he's beginning to learn and want to learn more. And now to see him there with the CSX KROWN team and engaged like this and in this leadership position is so exciting. And I think it's a perfect example, yay Chris, a perfect example of how people can get involved and have fun and improve their lives. Feel free to chime in.
Well, thank you, Lisa. It's good compliments.
All right. Yeah, that's great to see.
I encourage everyone to do. Yeah.
So yeah, if you have the YouTube link, yeah, feel free to pop it in the chat. It'd be great to see. Like, yeah, that's fantastic. So all right. What else? Who else are we missing? Anybody else here? We got Kai and then Max over there, and it's okay, 5 of us here. Okay, I think that's great. Any other thoughts? I've been checking. So I think there's some interest in the validator DAC. So what else, guys? Maybe the final thing is, if there's anything about the custodials, the rules, the prizes, if there's any input here, feel free to share what you guys are hoping to see. Maybe we can also just get a list of project proposals and skill sets. I know, Lisa, I think you mentioned that, where if you do have a profile or not in your client member, the DAC Factory website, the member website, you can update your profile. So if you guys can just put your background and skill set and ways the areas of interest, we can use that information to really help us kind of find things that we think can help and just connect you with some opportunities and things like that. So yeah, please do that. Please kind of update your profile section. That's probably an easy way to do it. Sometimes we get into these meetings and, sometimes, it's just more, discussing a topic, but we forget we don't have the whole story and we may miss some things. So having it somewhere to just read, we're better informed about how you can contribute. So that's the profile section of the member client on DAC Factory. In terms of projects, so if we went through this a little bit yesterday. So I know even if you spoke yesterday, I mean, we could just get a list together of potential projects, things that you want to see. And I know, Dwayne, maybe you could start too. There were a number of kind of projects you started kind of mentioning yesterday, and we could start with that because, and then there's the validator node as well. So,
I'm most excited about John Boyd, the calendar integration. The next step after that is notifications, and then Gabo's lift tool that would help this process, and then others assess if a DAC is right in a business planning. So out of the ideas I've heard, and I might not have heard all of them, but those were the three that seem like they have use cases that we could put to work today, and we could rally teams around those ideas. But I'm really curious to hear what people had intended, before the event, and if anything's changed. Maybe just a quick update on what people would like to work on.
Okay, so there's the calendar integration, notification system. It was a business meeting. Sorry.
Also, the step after those tools would be built would be a weight to the votes for candidates. For custodians. That could be weighted then on activities like showing up for those meetings, for signing MSIGs. Some of them could be gamified. So if you're in the top 50% of the first people to sign MSIGs, there would be a bonus. So some of the things that would be almost requirements, you could set requirements for your custodians. I think a lot of us, especially the new people to the space that are voting, they're just a member. You can look at my profile and you can get so deep to see if I'm active in some channels. But I'd really like to see, have those custodians signed up and signed MSIGs, or have they been the person that's never, signed one, and the person that we're always chasing? Have they been active in a channel? If there would be a leaderboard to, for a requirement that you should pop in at least once a month, you should have one comment. So those requirements could be decided upon with the other candidates, but to have a clawback switch that if you're not doing your minimum requirements, you maybe be kicked out for a period or something like that. Now, I know all these systems can be gamified, but that's kind of the point too, to start poking holes and see what we can do that's automated, and then what can we do in real life, to prove that we're responsible and trustworthy. So kind of a clawback switch or something like that based on some of these tools like a calendar, notifications. Yeah.
Sounds good. So custodial activity, track record keeping dashboard or something like that. I don't know. Hopefully I gonna caught
those will be great tools. I'm in total agreement with Dwayne. Those are things I want to work on.
Oh, awesome. That's great.
Are you also thinking of a bond?
So a bonding system. So yeah, that's interesting too. I mean, so maybe the idea, the way I'm thinking about it is you put in money, and if, I guess especially if you do something wrong, then, there's a way to kind of take that bond, that collateral from you. But maybe it could be based on like the lack of activity as well. I guess you have to stake something and you have a potential, like if you're not upholding your duties, that capital is lost. If there was some sort of compensation, it could be based on that as well. But anyways, but is that what you're thinking, John? Kind of in that.
Yeah, there's several ways to kind of think about that sort of thing. I mean, if there's custodian sort of some sort of remuneration system or reward system for custodians, a portion of that could go to a bond, which is, subject to completion of the term or something like that, those sort of things. And so you're not actually taking anything away from anybody then. It's just something that they gain through successful completion. Those, and there's different ways. It could be a stake a bond, where they,
cool.
But yeah, several sort of methods that could be, that sort of system could work, which requires a bit of thought around. But these sort of, who was Chris, I think, was saying, or Max was saying, Dwayne was saying that some sort of performance related topic area to think about, which that kind of fits in with that.
Sounds good. Yeah. Great.
Yeah, we've thought about systems like that where maybe a custodian would lose a certain amount of their stake if they didn't perform certain actions or all that. But we're trying to figure out the right way to do that. But definitely in the chat, there's somebody who's talking about the worker proposal system and like how they're not too sure about that. And I know the MetaDAC does work on the worker proposal system, but I mean, definitely for sure the way the custodian boards work and all that, there's still room for corruption, right? It's a new thing. So definitely open to figuring out how can we make these DACs less vulnerable to gaming is a big deal. So yeah,
I think if you think of the incentive model, if there is a custodian, some sort of incentive for custodians to perform or carry out the role, once that role is defined, obviously, I know it's not at present, but if there is some sort of incentive, remuneration, or whatever you call it, pay or whatever, I mean, this also applies to sort of block producer play as well, and those sort of mechanics of blockchains. But if there's something that's kind of, rather than take away, it's gained over a period of time and collected at a completion of a term, that kind of incentivizes people to complete the term in such that they'll reach that goal, that reward at the end. Sort of thing. That's kind of sort of way my mindset leans, as opposed to saying you stake these, and if you don't perform, we take them away. And there's probably legalities around taking something away from people as well. Whereas if it's something that is there on completion, nothing's taken away. They just got to get there to actually gain that. So, yeah,
I'm right there with you. It's a great idea. We've got to work out, those like fine details, right? What are the legalities of taking something away and all that. But yeah, it's definitely a great idea. If you're going to be a custodian and you stake resources, maybe there's something to gain as a custodian and taking that leadership role. But at the same time, if you don't perform that role and you have obligations to the community, you should have something to lose if you don't perform those duties, So yeah, a bonding system is a good idea, I think. Let's just figure out what those details are.
Indeed, it all requires thought and experimentation. It's part of what all this is as well.
Yeah. Hey, we got Kai here. Congratulations, Kai. You're a custodian. I don't know if Kai is ready to say anything, but I know she's.
I realized I can just unmute myself. What's up, guys? I honestly didn't think I get voted in. This was such a huge surprise.
Speech.
Well, the first thing foremost, I've been listening on Zoom. I keep getting kicked off the MSIG. It keeps saying canceled transactions. So there's one on there that I tried to execute something and it wouldn't.
Yeah. So I just did this.
I found it was doing
now. Yeah. So. Yeah, I just did this and I had the same errors. I think it's the firewall that issue where you could maybe we can I can maybe try to walk you through, but I think it's the firewall. But maybe if Michael can confirm that's the issue, because you could go to the. Did you change your firewall settings on Scatter, Kai?
No. Okay, so it's Scatter. I think I've done that before.
Okay.
So back to Scatter. I think it's in settings.
It looks like it went through. We're looking at the proposals.
Are you?
Okay.
Did both of them?
I'm sorry. That's what you see when someone's already executed it, I think.
Okay. Well, are you guys sure that? Oh, there's no blacklisted actions.
Oh, okay. So you're good then.
So I should be okay.
Yeah, for the firewall. Yeah, if there's no, there's no
blacklist. Are you clicking on approve or execute?
I clicked approve and then I clicked execute after, and then it's the execute transaction that won't let me.
Yeah, looks good. Looks good.
Is it good? Okay.
Come through by the look of it. Yeah.
Hey, that's great. That's awesome. Yeah. So I honestly didn't think I'd get voted. There was a part of me that I wanted someone else who's never been a custodian before to be one on this thing. But yeah, I'm very surprised, but I'm grateful. Thank you guys so much, and I'm going to try to serve as best as I can. And if I don't, feel free to vote me out and whatnot. I have no idea. I have no idea what to say. I'm so sorry. I think I'm just exhausted. But here's what I really wanted to say is that I love you guys. This is awesome. The fact that everybody's been grinding for hours and really just heart and dedication to put this thing together. I mean, nobody really had to be here, but I just thought it was just really inspiring for me to see everyone really believe in this thing. That makes me understand my understanding of it and my belief in, and just to see everyone's passion here is amazing. And so I just had to say that because I was just like, wow, this is crazy. Like, these guys are still awake. So anyway, you guys are great. Thank you for inspiring the world and being like what Brock said in his video is that like there really not that much benefits to creating these things right now, but we all believe in it, and so we're putting in the time and the sacrifice to try and hash these things out. So I think it's beautiful. So thanks again, guys.
And thanks so much, Kai. I think you always have a way with words, so it's great to just listen. So
I have a couple questions for Michael. You're around still. The first one was, do you have any roadmap or any idea for adding like plugins or extensions to EOSDAC, like where the community could contribute to adding on to it? And then my second question is, how can we help EOSDAC, or are there any things that you're struggling with that we can help you out with?
Cool. So first thing, do you mean it? So the setup now allows for extensions of things like voting algorithms and unlock parameters and things like that. It's being configured so that we can add other things like that on chain. So it all really depends how you want to extend it. The the user interface, we have the extension system whereby you can just enter your GitHub URL and it will automatically build that for you. So I'm just in the process of rebuilding that, so that should be working quite soon, where you can just add extra pages and things. And in terms of helping, I think what you guys are doing is exactly what we need. We need awareness, and we need the soft skills and the education and everything like that. That's what we need. So this is great. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
All right. All right, that's great. So yeah, Kai, before you came in, we were just kind of going through like what we did yesterday, just listing projects that people are interested in. I think Dwayne started it off with a lot of these tools, calendar integration, notification, kind of business meeting, validator. I know the validator, DAC and node idea, custodial activity, track record keeping, and also maybe ideas around bonding there. So anybody else? I know Lucas also mentioned the time bank yesterday, and he also was thinking that that might be good to think about for, I guess, the custodial activities as well. But I don't know, Lucas, do you want to mention that idea, the time bank, or real quick?
Yeah, the time bank can work for the custodials if we do a negative, when the people start to lose time in a negative way. So it will help to have the accountability of what the people is doing. But that's just a general idea. It will require a lot more details to see it will fit right for the needs of the custodials, or it is just not for that. But that's just a general idea.
Yeah, and for the time back, for those that aren't as familiar, is to use time as the unit of account. We use the dollar or local fiat currency, but time is a reference point that people use. It's a common proxy. People get paid per hour, so it's some other way to kind of measure contribution. So maybe it's just volunteer work, and like Lucas mentioned a few examples, maybe some elder care or whatever. It's just hours that you commit to help in a particular activity, and maybe ways to use the blockchain to use that as a unit of account rather than what we're used to. So I think there's potential for a lot of variety of different ways to pay each other. And with all these tokens, there's just, I think it's a lot of experimentation to see what gets traction and what works effectively. So thanks, Lucas.
Thanks, Mr. Green.
Gabo, I know you have, there's, and Lucas is part of, Lyft and Flow. And I know you guys are also open to working with other projects, but I think you guys have, some good ideas and projects that we could also help with. We can
want to see the list of the other projects to jump into, to learn from other people, and to pitch our ideas to get some feedback. Okay. So we want to start to work. We need to start the hackathon part.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so they're open to joining teams. So if you have ideas, I think we will compile a list of ideas and initial list of people interested in those, working on those ideas, and we could get people together to in teams and work on them. So that's fantastic. So let me see. Yeah, it'd be nice to have even a tool for that, like just maybe even a message board too, or some sort of system where you just have these ideas and proposals. You have you have your profile of how you can contribute, your skill sets, and then somehow there's just a tool to help that connect people. So anyways, so
yeah, we know we can do it with a Google survey.
Yeah. So Lucas, maybe a survey. Like maybe Lucas, if you want to do a survey, think about the different things. Maybe the type of project description, a small section for profile, or what skill set or what areas people like to help with, and then somehow just matching people up together. So yeah, Lucas, definitely if there's a way to do the survey,
I will start to work on that, and I give you something. Give me some time.
Okay. So I think Atharva's working on Ithaca. They were going to use a DAC for, and maybe Arthur or Atharva, if you want to just give a high level of your project, of what you guys are affiliated with Parcel, which is in the cannabis industry, right?
Yes, so what I'll do is I'll start with a brief background about what Parcel is, and then I'll come on to Ithaca, and then just tell what's the relation between the both. So at Parcel, we are basically developing a blockchain and IoT based solution, track and trace solution for the cannabis industry. So in the cannabis industry, you need to track every ounce and every gram of product which is manufactured. So we are using IoT based tags or the sensors in conjunction with blockchain technology and our cryptocurrency to accurately track the life cycle of the product and the financial activities associated with that. And yeah, so that's about that. That's a brief introduction about Parcel. The way Ithaca is sort of a not-for-profit arm or the charity organization of Parcel. So whatever profits we make from Parcel, a part of it will be used to fund Ithaca Foundation. So Ithaca Foundation, as I mentioned, is a not-for-profit organization which is aimed to help the people who have been wronged by the cannabis prohibition. So there were times when people were arrested for use of cannabis as a medicine as well, or they were denied the access to cannabis as medicine, and then they had to they were put in jails, or they will not provided basic facilities like education and stuff. But now that the cannabis is legal in most of the states in the US, whether it's recreational use or whether it's medicinal use, through Ithaca Foundation, we aim to help these people by providing them a part of compensation, some sort of compensation in our own cryptocurrency, which is seed. And yeah, that's basically the idea of Ithaca. It will be run as DAC, where people can join as members by just buying in seeds, and then the convicts or the people who have suffered from the cannabis prohibition can put in a claim in terms of this is what happened with them, these were the facilities which were not granted to them, and then their claims will be processed by the members, voting and everything. So yeah, based on members' vote and how they feel the claim will be passed or rejected, or it will be determine what's the amount of compensation to be given to that particular user.
Yeah, that seems definitely a great project. It's very a great compliment to your to Parcel, and yeah, a lot of people have been wronged, especially in California. I mean, what is millions?
That's it. There's a voice coming in. Even there's a lot of noise being made in the political circles in the US, especially with regards to cannabis as medicine. So yeah, let's see how it goes. So what's the plan here? Do we need to submit some sort of proposal in the system, and then you guys will decide, or what's the plan? Do we start working on it at this moment, or it comes down to the later stage?
Yeah, I would encourage people to start, and I think as custodians, and we'll have to figure that out pretty quickly. So right after, we'll start the discussions of it. And if you have input on what you guys want to see for rewards or deliverables and things like that, just feel free to let us know like what you think would be a good idea. But then we'll take on the responsibility of thinking through things too after everyone's input about like how to best design the prize distribution, the worker proposal systems, and things like that. So, but we hope to have that pretty soon, and I suspect we'll have some sort of deadline. Maybe like I mean, could be this. And what do you guys think? I mean, maybe I was thinking a week. Maybe have a deadline for the proposal to be voted on and judged. But it's up to you. I mean, how soon do you guys want it? How?
Well, like on our part, we have the project brief as such is ready. Well, it's not 100% ready, but yeah, just with a few minor tweaks here and there, I think it just need a bit more polishing in terms of what exactly the problem we are trying to solve, how do we see it running, and what we hope to get out from it. And then it then comes down to getting the right team members as well in terms of fine, we would like to accomplish a few things, but then we need to have a look at what resources we get as well. So maybe we are a bit flexible on that aspect in terms of how much we can complete, and yeah. So yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I think
like I said, the concept is ready. It's just about depending on the team structure and how the teams are formed and who are the people interested to work on this project. Maybe based on that, we can finalize some sort of deliverables.
Okay. That's great. That's great. So, and does anyone else, in terms of any rules or timelines, what people are comfortable with? A few days, if people are eager to get something, or like a week, or it could be. And typically hackathons are about prizes. We have a natural worker proposal system, so it could be a little bit different than typical hackathons where you have first, second, and third. It just maybe you propose it and it gets accepted or not based on a vote, based on a request. So I think there's a lot of different variations, but what are you guys comfortable with? I mean, feel free to give some input, but again, if we'll take the input and then we'll kind of confirm, decide what we feel is a good system. So, and then let everyone know as soon as possible. So,
I still think the first priority should be, we can figure out a structure for the hackathon portion of it, but I also think be able to create token pools and allocate resources for that specifically. And I don't mind rushing or not rushing into that. Either way is fine. I mean, I think we can find a good path on, just chatting in Telegram. And I made a new group, so if you guys want to hop into Mega DAC, yeah, it's ready to go. A couple of the custodians in there. Yeah, a couple thoughts. I don't know if these guys have any thoughts.
Oh, okay, cool. So, all right. So, and okay, cool. Anybody else? So, I know Andrew, you were working. I think it was our pre-event meeting. You mentioned something about wanting to help organize your groups. Oh, Max, are you? Oh no, okay. So, Andrew, you were wanting to find ways to help organize better, and then I was gonna reach out to you, and I did afterwards. But I think maybe we can collaborate together too on this. But I don't know if Andrew, if you want to start first, but then I can also mention something about kind of decision-making tools was what I was thinking. But Andrew, maybe you can also share like some of the problems that you kind of or challenges that you have with the DAC currently. I don't know if Andrew's there, but but maybe I can just mention like a decision-making tool. I think I'll read it out, and I shared this with I think Gabo before. So it's the idea is it's called D-board, and it has a couple meanings. D-board as in board of directors usually kind of, let's say custodians or executives usually have there's these meetings, and so there's ways to kind of create efficient meetings, and I think there's tools that could even help regular organizations with their own meetings. And but then board can also mean like a forum or community board where you can share your thoughts. There's a little bit of noise here.
Sorry, that was me, Andrew. Did you say something about?
Yeah, I'll speak a little bit, and then I'll let you kind of follow up, Andrew. So the idea is for decision making, it's like, especially what we've done through this past weekend, just to get all this input and organize and figure out ways to vote on things and decide, and how do we find an efficient way to do that? And there's been a lot of I guess ways to do that effectively. So, but we could use technology to to recreate those kinds of I guess techniques to create efficient meetings. So one of the things is worker proposal systems are generally inefficient because there's no coordination between proposals, and voters don't have this holistic view of what's needed, and so everyone just pushes out all these worker proposals, and there might be some overlap, but it's hard for anyone to really see all the proposals. Let's say there's 200 worker proposals as the organization gets bigger, and so if you're one voter trying to all trying to see these 200 proposals, it's like there's really no high level view of it. So an alternative approach, and where most organizations, what they do is they kind of have these the organization really start from the holistic view and then try to see what's needed first, and then decide, okay, what proposals should we be looking for, at least. So there's some more I guess organization and strategy behind that. The solution is this decision-making tool, a collective decision-making tool, but it could go across the spectrum. So you could have small groups or large groups all participate in the voting, decision-making, the discussion to decide on what needs to be done. And so anyway, so that's the idea of D-board, and hopefully, people who want to help and contribute to it, it'll be fantastic. Open source, and I think it might kind of be something that Andrew would be interested in. I know there were some organizational kind of things that they were talking about, like figuring out how to improve. So Andrew, maybe you can chat. Oh, sorry, Andrew, you're kind of muted again.
Yeah, no, I'm looking up D-board right now. I hadn't heard of it, so.
No, it's yeah. I mean, it's not. It's really more of a concept than anything like tangible right now, for sure. It's like, so I mean, it's just really this what I kind of just stated. That's the idea.
Yeah. I think it's genius. If you can pull it off, like I don't want to throw worker proposals under the bus, for lack of just trying to have a good solution for it. I would actually be interested to see, or even be a part of, I guess, trying to come up with some kind of exactly what you're saying, like a more organized worker proposal system. And it's right, use of technology. Just as an example, we have people posting like project tasks on Trello, and also other groups using GitHub and GitLab projects. We trialed one of those, it was Jira, which is I forget the other name, Confluence is like the bigger tool. And there's a couple of those organization tools.
Cool.
But it's like here you need to actually, in addition to what you said, is use these tools and have holistic view. You still need to like incentivize like the participants who are like leading and running that holistic view, because it's like the same thing. Lack of any incentive, nobody will even like voting just in general. Like if there's no incentive to vote, people don't do it. It's like I don't know. Maybe you can like designate a couple, but I don't know. It shouldn't be like designated. Like somebody in our DAC proposed one person is going around and checking things. But it's like, it's going to be like good cop, bad cop. This guy's like a patrol. It's just like if you can be smarter about it, like you're saying, if the intent is to have a holistic view, just if you can incentivize, like, I don't know who's going to be the people, it's the entire board, like the ones controlling or like trying to design the overall system, or is it like open to everybody to participate in the overall design kind of thing? People could just like be attracted to that, and then they'll migrate towards what their abilities are. It'll become clear who's wanting to do that. You can say that, but still need to like incentivize them. Or like, anyway, we have like working groups, so we try to tell people there's nothing like official. It's just like you just sort of pick a working group or two, like governance and marketing, and then people have meetings, like for governance meeting once a week or something. And if you're on that working group, you're supposed to go to the meeting and try to plug in, and so then each working group has like a temporary leader that pretty much should be aware of all the people in their group and who's who and who's doing what. So then you can have like an overall meeting where all of the team leads come together, of the working groups and discuss what's going on and who's who. But we haven't taken it to the next level. What you're talking about is like designing the tasks like from the top down. We're still really like bottom up. It's like people are just offering what they can do and trying to plug in from the bottom. So I appreciate what you're saying. I think it's great. Go for it, and maybe I can be a part to it.
Yeah,
I like the name Board. So.
Yeah, definitely. We'll have, and incentives are very important, and I that's fantastic to bring that up. And just we'll open source it and just have variations, because like you say, there could be a lot of different designs. So we'll have like some base kind of idea that people can draw from, and people can make their own experiment on their own about different ways to do it. So, but I think working together on that can help, because I think everybody, like a lot of people are kind of finding that a challenge to kind of organize, especially as it gets bigger with more and more people. Like what's the best way to kind of come together, and be effective. So, and Gabo says, sociocracy model is nice, and he has a YouTube link down there. Thanks, Gabo. And he's got also some Medium links too. So actually a few links. So check that out. It's called yeah. So all right. Yeah, really appreciate that. So yeah, I'll definitely reach out. And anybody else who's interested in that, Gabo is interested. So me, Andrew, and anybody else who wants to participate, really appreciate it. Let me see. Anybody else?
So you're going to do a separate Telegram group for the...
Hey, Lucas, I think you're on mute. So, so we could wait for Lucas.
Yeah, you're going to do a separate Telegram group for the custodians? Or they're going to keep talking here in this main room?
Yeah. So I don't know. I think we'll have we'll have it just for efficiency. We'll have a custodial group, but I think we'll maybe, if we decide like we just want to kind of have these open meetings, we'll just talk in the main channel, I guess, right?
Yeah. I just made it one main channel for now, and then if after it gets too involved and
I think I think we could have like it makes sense to have two.
Meta DAC on Telegram, and it'll pop right up, and you can follow the custodial discussions, and what's the meetings we'll post on there and everything.
And so I could well, it's a quick thing, but you can imagine if there's too many, if it's like a community and there's like thousands of people, then if we're trying to do something, I had to scroll through and just find like the custodians is kind of but you could actually create a system where like we're mainly trying to communicate with the custodians, but it's open, and like we can kind of identify that kind of communication channel. Anyways, there's tools we can workarounds for that. But sorry about that. What is that? I was gonna say something else too. So we'll have Telegram channels. I think the main one and a custodial one, just amongst the custodians. We have a sup block tree. Jose from Venezuela, as he speaks Spanish mainly. So I'm glad. I'm hoping he's able to kind of understand like a lot of these kind of very complex conversations here. But yeah, I mean, in Venezuela, there's like, it's such a, man, it's from what I'm reading, it's such an economic nightmare. I mean, this is a perfect place to have a project and implement something, because there's, people are struggling, right? And so how do we, this is a perfect tool, especially for those that are struggling financially, because, it's essentially they don't have the economic infrastructure. And that's what I think blockchains and cryptocurrencies are great for. And so how do we help, right? So I think just anyways, so I don't know if sup block tree, I know mainly his main language is Spanish. If you want to say something.
Let me try to help.
Yeah.
José, todavía seguís aquí. Si querés conversar un poco de la situación de Venezuela, y yo tal vez podría ayudar a traducir.
Ok, fino. Bueno, a mi parte de lo que vivo día a día aquí en Venezuela es que la confianza se ha perdido totalmente, desde la moneda obviamente hasta en las mismas personas, porque literalmente
Déjame ir traduciendo porque si no pierdo la idea también. So he's saying that one of the biggest problem in Venezuela is that they don't only lost the trust on their money and their government, but they also lost the trust of the other people. Te referís como a los vecinos, ¿verdad?
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's... Yeah, that's...
Nosotros mismos...
That's...
Por ejemplo, estaba pensando uno de la idea que se podrían aplicar en las DACs es aplicarlos en los condominios o urbanismo, porque si bien es cierto, no todos participan en un conjunto residencial en el sentido de el aporte de dinero o de ideas, o de que a la hora que salga un problema, todo el mundo quiera solucionar el problema.
Okay, déjame traducir eso. So, Jose is thinking that they can use the DACs to solve condominium problems where it's a lot of people living in the same area or same space, same residential, but not everybody wants to vote on how the things are handled, but everybody wants the solutions. And that's a problem right now.
Wow, yeah, I think that's a great that's a great opportunity. That's a great project right there. Like, it just makes sense. Like all the ones, I mean, you lose like everything else, like the external government and economy, and even locally, you have to figure out how to work together, right? Because that's, even struggling at that level. And so homeowners associations, right? Like, or just people in the same community, and to help them organize together better, to be more effective and like work together. Yeah, I mean that's a great project. Yeah, I think we should definitely maybe that could be a great proposal for the this event for sure. That's a good idea. Very good idea. It's solving like this it just like you could tell it's like this huge pain point right now.
Continúa, José.
Sí, por lo menos a la hora, algo que me he dado cuenta de, por lo menos tenemos, en Vigor DAC tenemos 21 candidatos, 21 custodios. Sí se da a notar de que a nivel que los custodios aumentan, la toma de decisiones suele ser más lenta, porque no todos suelen estar sincronizados al mismo tiempo, digo, al lag del tiempo, porque tenemos distintas zonas horarias.
¿Estás hablando de cuál DAC?
Vigor DAC.
Ah, ok. Pues, sí entendés inglés, ¿verdad? Perfectamente. Si necesitas que también te traduzca de vuelta.
No perfectamente, pero sí entiendo más o menos el contexto.
Ok. Déjame traducir esto que acabas de decir. Jose is talking about the DAC that he's involved with Vigor, and sometimes then there are 28 custodials, and sometimes it's very hard to get everybody involved in the decision making, and when you have more custodians, it takes more time to make the things happen. Continúa, José.
Okay.
Pensando en el caso de uso de los urbanismos, sería interesante, por lo menos en una comunidad, no todo el mundo paga tiempo lo que le corresponde para mantener a su comunidad. Entonces, parte que quizás se podría dar en una DAC es el incentivo de que las personas, al pagar a tiempo o contribuir a tiempo, tengan más poder de voto y decisión, pues.
Yeah, one of the plans that he has for this house owner community DAC is that when the problem is that the people don't pay on the time, then they have to pay their monthly fees for maintenance or whatever they require, so that can come to help to give the people that pay on time an incentive to get more voting power or more things, and it's everything autonomous, of course.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, that's I think that's fantastic. I think project. You should definitely. I mean, if you guys, anyone out here that wants to, I think it is a great opportunity, especially because, Venezuela is, having so much, struggles here. And
Mr. John, I'll send you a Telegram message.
Okay. Great. So yeah, we could do that. The homeowners in Venezuela. Okay. So Kai mentioned, are we going to begin worker proposal breakouts? I think we can. I think officially, I think we're our hackathon kind of after electing the custodians was kind of the the end of that event, and I think the idea is we're going to continue. Eventually have a worker proposal system or some sort of prize pool for this this first event here. We can break out if you guys have time into working groups, but I think everyone's really exhausted. I'm really it's just amazing that you guys are all it's engaged and active in this. It's really inspiring. So, but I think everyone's it's good to kind of take care of our health too, right? So everyone's I'm sure has a lot of built up obligations to tend to. So yeah, anybody else in terms of projects, and then what we can do is we can set up Telegram groups. Let's reach out to I can just reach out to me, or and then I'll try to compile the list of project ideas and you know, and try to share it amongst everybody else. Maybe put the list on the Telegram, and Lisa probably can help with that too. Or is she? Or do you want to say something?
Did it?
Oh, is that?
Yeah, we did it. No, I mean, I'm quite sure I didn't capture everything, but once you started mentioning them all, I'm like, I better get a document together.
Oh, okay,
so
yeah,
it's
okay.
in the Telegram group, and it's called the MetaDAC Learning White Paper.
Okay, awesome.
So I'm sure there's a lot missed, and the people's names aren't there and everything, but yeah, hopefully it's open and available for everyone to see and comment. We can discuss if there should be any limits on it, but for now, there's a list and some links to things we might want to access.
Thanks so much, Lisa. Yeah, I really appreciate that. Yeah, and yeah. So feel free to reach out to Lisa, and we'll have a doc probably that people can contribute to or can also contribute to. But yeah, really appreciate that. Yeah, that's fantastic. So all right. I think we're near the top of the hour here. So any final comments? Anything we're missing? Okay. All right. No, really appreciate it. Final thoughts. Dwayne, Max, Chris, and the guys there, Lisa, Andrew, Michael Yates. Like maybe, final words, comments, or goodbyes, and we'll call it a wrap. Kai. Or just say, yeah, everyone.
I had a blast, guys. That was so cool. Looking forward to figuring out, the tokens that we're going to issue to each other and to our community, to the participants, and I just can't wait to finish that next portion of it. We can actually get into a hackathon. I think it's important we went through this process, and it's really meaningful to to ask a lot of questions and make it more equitable for participants. Yeah, looking forward to more of these. Thanks guys so much for showing up.
Thanks so much, Max.
I'd like to just say I've been a fly on the wall this whole time, and I appreciate it. It's helping us with what we're doing with DAC Cafe and EOS Cafe DAC. We've been looking at the DAC in the box that comes from EOS DAC and taking some inspiration, taking some notes from this, and we'll be going to our own drawing board to use an example.
All right, thanks so much, Jason. Yeah, it's great to hear. We haven't heard from you, and it was okay, yeah, this is great. Thanks so much for and yeah, let us know if you need anything, and and we're glad to support what you guys are working on. So, thanks, Jason.
And sure will. Thank you, guys.
All right. So Dwayne, you were gonna say something, I guess, too, or?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank everyone for participating. This is our creation. We had an incredible response, more than I really imagined. So, yeah, thanks for everyone for sticking in for a long day in June. Thank you so much. I know the time zone wasn't as kind as ours, and all the planning and all the scenario playing that you did, and just all the work you did up to the event and keeping it going. It was just fantastic. Of course, couldn't have done this without EOS DAC. Michael Yates, Luke, thank you so much. And then thank you also to EOS DAC for your contribution to the reward pool. Bigger, huge thanks and a shout out for adding to that reward pool as well. Just learned a lot. John, boss, a lot of new ideas that I wasn't familiar with. The work of the proposal. People from around the globe, Venezuela, Costa Rica. I hear a lot of eagerness to get on with developing and doing something. That was the second real goal of the event. So just feel really inspired to see how eager people are to get down to work. So I just I challenge you to reach out and for us to take those next steps to get on with the next creation. And just thanks again.
All right, thanks so much, Dwayne. Yeah, just always great way of words, Dwayne. And yeah, KROWN, huge, like everybody from the KROWN team, Sakai, Lisa, Chris is about to speak, Dwayne, Max, everybody there, fantastic. I mean, this is they were the main sponsors, the prize pool and everything. And in terms of organizing as well, the KROWN team was like, the main part of this kind of creation here. So, so really appreciate that too. So.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I guess I'll just make a closing statement here. I've said it before, but I'll say it again. It's worth saying. Yeah, it's just very excited for what this community is going to do. We had a good amount of participation, and I think the token distribution is amazing. Like, what a great way to start off a new DAC, So, and as we try to scale out, and we were going to be building out all these great tools to help DACs out and try to prevent gamification and really make DACs fair and work for everybody. So it's going to be very exciting for everybody. We have many, many qualified people in the community, definitely more than there are custodians. So, I mean, if you didn't win custodian, we still want to work with you. Yeah, it'll be fun. Thanks.
All right. Thanks a lot, Chris.
Yeah, say a couple of words as well. Huge thanks to Dwayne and the KROWN team. Really, I didn't know, like I said, before I didn't know anything about DACs, and the more I hang out with these guys, I began to just kind of learn by osmosis and realize how important this is for to begin creating these things. And so it takes tremendous courage and a willingness. Same for EOS DAC, Luke Stokes, and Michael Yates and Sarah. Like, you guys are, the fact that you're believe in it so much and would work all hours of the night to figure these things out and build. I'm just like really overwhelmed by that. Very inspiring stuff. And and Lisa and just for constant, really the KROWN team, Lisa, like just an undying support for me to have an actualization and realize that I'm bigger than what I think I am sometimes. So yeah, huge thanks to that. Everyone from Costa Rica showed up. Everyone here, huge thanks also for the donation. This is really freaking awesome. I don't know how to say this in words, but Max Cho, who kept showing up, Jason, you guys, people that retweeted the stuff I was tweeting, and just kind of supporting the megaphone of us talking about these DACs. So it's really important. And I continue to, I just hope to learn more. And, where my heart is really is in the storytelling and the content. And so that I feel that the more we communicate this out to the world, it's like you can build something great, but if nobody knows about it, it's not really, it'll never be adopted. So it's like, the more we continue to express ourselves and talk about these things that we're passionate about, I feel is really also a key component to everything that we're doing. And so, express yourselves. If you care about this, tweet about it, write about it, make blogs, whatever. And then we'll see in the future that, like, the more we tell this story, people will begin to understand why we care so much about it, because we care so much about it. So, I hope I can make it to the Dan Larimer. I said if Vigor was going to throw just want to shout that out. The Vigor's going to throw an event, I think, for the Dan Larimer event, or Dan Larimer is a keynote speaker at some event in DC. I'll try to make it there, but that'd be really neat to see that. So, and meet you there, Andrew. I don't know if you're going to that, but I just saw a little tweet. Anyway, that's kind of outside. All right, well, I'm a little low energy, but I'm trying to fake it. So I need coffee. I love you guys. That's all I'm gonna say. You guys are awesome. I don't know what else to say, but like, you guys just rocked it. I cannot believe we did this. I cannot believe it. So I'm gonna retweet the tweets. All right, love and light, guys. Michael, you're a beast. I hope you get some rest, my friend. And thank you for everything, you guys. Aloha.
Yeah. Thanks, everybody. Any final words? Thanks, everybody, speakers, organizers, everyone who attended, everyone, just amazing, amazing. And hope you guys get a lot of great rest. And we'll keep this going. Make 20.
Yeah, and if anybody else wants to see more stuff, wait, what is that, Max? We can't hear you.
Like and subscribe.
Oh yeah, heck yeah! Make sure everybody like and subscribe to the KROWN. All those videos that we made and what you made it, they'll all be on the YouTube channel. So it's youtube.com/KROWN-DAC. And I would love to hear from everybody here. I know it's long, but I would love to give everybody a chance to say something as well. So,
yeah, I was probably a little abrupt there. So everybody, like Andrew and everybody, like we haven't gone through yet. So sorry about that.
Gabo, like you want to say something? Lau Castillo, she's been here. Troy,
Gabo.
It was awesome. Yeah. That.
That's cool. All right. We got, Andrew, Martin.
Thanks, guys. That was pretty amazing. Building a DAC in like one day, basically, deploying it. And a lot of good conversation there, a lot of good ideas. And I think going forward, it's something to watch. Like and subscribe.
Thanks a lot.
That's awesome.
Michael's probably still coding. Atharva, Lucas, fantastic help with the organizing and everything.
Yeah, Lucas.
Thank you, everybody. This has been a awesome journey. I learned so much. I still need to process so much information, but I would love to see the videos of the presentations. I missed that, so it's great, and we hope to the community keep growing. Keep the good work.
All right, thanks so much, Lucas.
Thank you for that, Lucas, and thank you for all your help from the beginning as well. Yeah, I know you mentioned that you've been new for a while. Sorry about that, but you've been showing up, so I've been paying attention to. Just thank you, really all.
So everybody else, Zishan, Troy, has been very active on the chat. Christopher, Opie here. I think Max Cho is probably sleeping. But Martin, I don't know.
Thanks so much, guys. It really was a great event. I learned really a lot. I don't really think I would have learned so much anywhere else within such a short period of time. Thanks everyone. Thanks the organizers for putting in together such a great event, and look forward to keep working on this. Thanks again.
All right. Thanks so much. And Opie says thank you as well from the chat. And Martin's here. I think he was in Chengdu.
I just came from another call, actually, working with another DAC on another DAC.
Okay, awesome.
So I also am super grateful. I learned a couple of things. I will definitely try to bring more people over to Jungle Testnet and play a little bit with DAC Factory. Thanks for Michael Yeats for building that. Thanks for EOS DACs, and thanks for KROWN DAC for sponsoring this event. Thanks for EOS Ignite June. I hope this is there will be more DACathons. I think it's interesting.
All right, thanks, Martin. Thanks for the support early.
Cool. Hey, awesome.
All
cool.
Right. Anybody else? So, Laura.
And thanks, June, for being a great host.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm expecting you guys to I'm hoping you guys are the next hosts, and I'll try my I'll try to help out here and there as much as I can to host, but I know it's I don't know. I'm not the greatest host. I know things go a little bit long sometimes, but anyways, I'm hoping you guys all get good rest. Really appreciate it. This is exciting, and hopefully after we kind of wake up, we can kind of start with think about kind of what we went through and be inspired to kind of build like the great things with DAC technology. So really appreciate it, guys. So have a good one. Take care. Well, and hey, we're gonna see each other soon anyway. So let's not make it that big of a deal.
In the chats.
All right, take care, guys.
Bye, guys.
All right, see you guys.
GG.
Wait, guys, I'm gonna take a quick picture. Whoever's still here, if y'all want to wave real quick. Everybody took off?
Not everyone's on camera, but I mean,
okay, yeah, there we go. Okay, everybody just wave hi. If you can turn on your cameras, we can take a quick picture. What about Jason? You still there? Troy, Michael?
All right,
Show yourselves.
Hey, yeah,
there you go.
We got more and more people.
Jeffrey. Chris, are you there?
All right, hey, Michael's popping up.
Okay, hold on. Who else? Lucas?
Hey guys, I'm still here, but I'm sorry, my webcam doesn't work.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's all right. Atharva, anybody else? Here we go. Last picture. Huge wave. And 1, 2, 3, screenshot. Okay, wait, that didn't work. Okay, wait. 1, 2, 3, screenshot.
All right.
Okay, one more. 1, 2, 3, and wave. Screenshot. Love it.
Awesome.
Thank you guys.
Take care.
Awesome job. Aloha.
Thanks, guys. Catch you later. Bye.
Bye.
by George Kittle, the tight end. 13 yards on 3rd and 12. Now a little razzle-dazzle. Samuel looking for some space. Fired by George Kittle, the tight end. 13 yards on 3rd and 12. Now a little razzle-dazzle. Samuel looking for some space. Fired by George Kittle, the tight end. 13 yards on 3rd and 12. Now a little razzle-dazzle. Samuel looking for some space.
The 2020 NFL Pro Bowl is your access to awesome. First,